better unmute that over there in OBS, otherwise they won't be able to hear us when we...
There you go, have a look in FaceSuck. That's my setup now. Other monitor's not on at the moment, but it will be in a minute.
Oh, okay. My OCD's going to go mad with not having two same type of monitors.
I know, it's driving me mad a little bit, to be honest with you as well. So the one on the right, I'm going to save up for another one of them because it's a curved monitor. So with the two together, it'll look,
look
be
a
nice.
Lot better, yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be definitely better.
And it'll be easier generally as well, I think.
And you definitely need a shelf on the wall behind it to have the thing for the mic come around instead of off there like that.
What do you mean?
Where you got the mic, that's on the desk, is it? Connected to the desk?
Yeah. It's all right. No, it's fine as it is actually.
Okay.
See, because I mean, if it was coming above me, like a boom coming from above me, it wouldn't work all that well with if I'm recording myself, on camera. It wouldn't work all that well. Yeah. And also because this is it's not a condenser mic. I mean, the booms coming from above are good for condenser mics, but not for a non-condenser mic.
Okay.
Because it has to be this particular one has to be right in front of my face, really, pretty much. What I want to do, I do want to get a shelf though behind my monitors because that thing, see that black thing above me. I've got a teleprompter because I'm really rubbish at remembering lines. I cannot do it. I can't do it. Tried so many times.
And I can tell that you are reading something sometimes when you're...
Yeah, I know. I can't do it any other way, really. I mean, the odd occasion, though, I do make the odd video if I've got something to say and I want to rant about something. I can talk, but if it's a lot of information that I want to put across, I'll forget stuff if I don't script it. So I'm trying to learn not to appear that I'm so scripted, but I find it hard. It's just not a skill that I have. Actually, some people are good at it and some people are not, and I'm just not good at it. But I'll get better with practice.
Well, it's good to have a teleprompter, and if you do know the knowledge of what you want to say, but it has sort of like a guiding phrases or words, and then
that's what I have mostly. Sometimes I do have like a full script, and sometimes I've just got bullet points, just to remind me of things, and it just depends on how much detail I'm talking about. If there's a lot of detail done, I need to do a full script. But if it's not, I can maybe just do a few points on the teleprompter. Cause I've got a tablet. That's what I use for my teleprompter, and I just put it inside this thing with the camera behind the screen. It's handy. So I've got a little remote control with it as well, and it works with the app on the tablet.
Page down, page up, whatever.
Yeah. So I can just scroll it along. I can let it go and let it move, or I can just move it down, up and down if I want to, and if I pause it, depending on what I want to do. But I want to get a shelf behind my monitors, for it to sit on. I need to find one that's kind of deep enough. That's the only problem I've got.
You're allowed to screw things to your wall?
Yeah, the landlord's not too bad with it as long as you tell him what you're doing. He's okay with it.
Or you could get a freestanding hutch that could go on the back of your desk. That'd
could do.
Sort of work.
Yeah, could do. At the moment, it's on a tripod sitting on my desk. It's a bit high. That's all right, as long as I sit back a bit.
My hutch is pretty well useless nowadays because it sits above on my desk. I built it all by hand, the desk and the hutch, back in the day. Back for the old floppy disk computer, the big discs.
Oh, yeah. No, I could probably build myself a little platform it could sit on, maybe.
Then I upgraded it to the little floppy disk drive for another computer, and then it went to the 98 computer, which was completely different. That took CDs.
Yeah, I don't even on my computer. I don't have any kind of disk drive unit at all.
Not anymore.
I just no, don't really need them.
I've still got the disk drive on this one. This one still ended up with one in it. That was because that was 10-year-old. But it's still handy to have. I just use
if I want to store anything, I either use my
USB.
My external hard drive, my SSD drive, or I use a little pen drive. One or the other, depending on how much I want to put on it.
You've got a USB connection. It's just put a thumb drive in it. But CDs.
Well, it depends. Like if I want to bring back, like for the last time I went home to see my mum and dad, I wanted to take a whole load of photos with me, so I used my external SSD drive because it had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of images on it.
And then you can just plug it for the TV and have a slideshow going.
Yeah, that's what I did. Yeah, that's exactly what I did.
My TV,
smart TV,
even though it's 10-year-old now, it's got that facility to do slideshow stuff. And it's also still compatible with the computer to Wi-Fi through to the TV. Because I don't know how to connect it to the proper internet. Just plug it through that way. I mean, not plug it, just sends its own signal through.
Yeah, my mum and dad got a smart TV, but they had no clue how to use it at all. And they were amazed that I could actually just connect. I could just connect my little SSD drive to their smart TV and then just have a look at all the photos. Like, they were amazed. You didn't know you could do that, no?
Yeah, you can do it with Wi-Fi too. It'll go Wi-Fi.
Yeah, you can do. Yeah, you can do, but they didn't have it all connected, set up that way. So.
Oh, did you just see what Timbo put in the side chat over in Facebook?
Oh, what's he done now?
This is what I'm working towards. Oh my God.
Oh.
Good grief. What are you doing? You're going to be working
Congratulations to Clive for getting the answer.
Is he going to be working for NASA? Is he going to have monitors there to do ground
control?
Whose
setup is that? Jesus, wept. Who's that?
Well done, Clive. Getting it.
Are you going to be doing ground control for NASA and SpaceX, are you now, Timbo, with all those monitors?
Whose setup? Whose setup is that? Is that your setup?
No, that's what he's working towards.
Whose setup is that then?
I've only got 4 monitors, so it works. So.
Oh, Jesus wept. Yeah, I know Dick Dawson's got 4, but this guy's got 4, 7, 9. Jesus Christ.
Going well.
I don't know if I've got a photo of work with. I'll have a look.
So whose is that though, Timbo, that you got the photo of anyway?
I know, just
randomly. Yeah, did you?
Just random.
Yeah.
Just looking for one that illustrated what I was going for.
I must admit, it is handy having a second monitor and stuff like that. If you're doing several things at the same time, it is kind of handy. I must admit. How does my audio sound? Okay, all right? Too loud and stuff.
Good where I am.
Well, Scientists of the Day has gone off already.
I mean, I remember as a young kid, like watching Skippy, and I remember saying to my mum, "Mum, how do they know what he's saying?" Even then, it's kind of like, "What the hell's going on?" He's talking. How can they understand what he's saying?
Right. The things you realise how silly you were as a kid.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
for the questions you ask, even. But you don't know these things back then. Well, g'day Peanuts. Sorry about last Saturday,
Yeah.
but I had family stuff I was dealing with. So we're back
You're
tonight.
sorry, but not sorry.
Yeah, sorry, not sorry.
Sorry if you're sorry, but I'm not sorry.
Well, it was to do with priorities.
Life
Yeah, life.
Life.
Yeah, life gets in the way.
Yeah.
So
Uh,
why did today's scientist always go off before I start streaming?
Because
Because Clive's always in the chat. That's why.
Oh, Clive.
Yeah.
Okay, for the rest of the peanuts that didn't get it, today's scientist chosen simply because he has a cool surname was an American physicist who studied the weak interaction. He focused primarily on connecting theoretical physics to experimental observations. He is L something W.
I should have made my clue instead of connecting theoretical physics to experimental observations. He was linking experimental physics to theoretical physics.
I think
I think we should ban Clive from answering any questions in future. He's too clever
No,
for his own right.
Yeah, don't ban him. Just make him fax in his answers.
Yeah, that's it,
Yeah, a
Clive.
bit slower.
Yeah.
Slow post.
Yeah, DM him
That'll
next time, Clive.
take him a good half hour to figure out what he did with the damn fax machine. Which closet he stuck it in.
I just want to know if his middle last name is Wolfenstein 3D.
By the game.
It's only Wolfenstein I knew. That's an old. That gets my age away.
Well, I see a few peanuts out there. I think my mum bakes cake mentioned it earlier about McToon show today in that Discord. That was a very interesting discussion
Yes.
with measurements. What was it to do with measurements and bugger, my memory's going to get me now.
It was a bit long, so it got to keep working, so I didn't hear it all.
Yeah, there was the one guy called
What's his name?
yes, that guy.
Your man. As we say in Northern Ireland, your man. Your fella.
He's
That's the other
3DP.
one.
That's his name over there. I have heard of him before, and he was talking.
DP. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dilapidated primate. Yeah.
Not you got anything against him, but
I wish I could remember what it was. Any peanuts could help me with that. With what it was. It was measurements, and it was to do with the measurements. That's right. My bum bakes cakes, but they were having an argument about that.
they go over the difference between a dumpy level and a water level.
Yeah, that was involved in the conversation to do with that.
What would be the confusion there?
Well, we only have dumpy levels over here.
The defence was if you never used one, what are you defending the usage of it for what it can do for the Globers? That was their argument, one of them anyway.
Dumpy levels and auto levels do exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's right.
Only difference is in the setup. That's all.
And all their arguments was to do with for 100 feet for what we use them for, but not the long distance, anything long distance.
No, well,
right.
You're not going to.
Why would you?
Pick it, would you? You're not going to pick anything up at that distance. Nothing on a building site. Well, it's not on most building sites.
And then they were wanting a reciprocal auto level shot from one distance to another distance back, and I posted a link in the side chat of somebody doing that. I think it was Ruhif that did that. That's the only one I've got that's actually done that.
Yeah, well, they shoot over the top of each other. Okay.
Yeah,
that's what they should do.
That's right.
Oh, and their water level argument. Geez, that was good. That was a brain strain, that one. Using a water level. Conflating with a water level to do with level and what was horizontal.
I'd like to see them show a auto level used in anywhere. Actually, almost.
Oh, they are used. Yeah, I mean,
What's a good example? I was trying to think of where you do use them in construction generally, but
well, I was going to use one over the in-laws to do the job I was doing.
I have heard them being used on doors, garage doors and stuff.
Yeah, I used to do that with my garage doors when I was service technician. I had a roll of clear hose. I'd have to do the levels with the brackets just to double check to see if they were actually.
Oh yeah, you're talking about a water level.
Okay. Yeah, water level.
Yeah. I don't have a problem with the water level. It's just not something that's used very much. It's a little bit
the only way
cumbersome.
of getting an accuracy for the level of the brackets for the roller door.
Well, apart from a laser level.
Of doing it.
Yeah, I mean, in the day of self-leveling lasers that they've got now, you can get a little self-leveling laser that you just stick it on a little tripod, stick somewhere, and it bloody makes a horizontal and a vertical or both line. It's just so easy.
Yeah.
Good for doing tiles in your bathroom.
Well, I don't know what technology they would have had back then. That was back in the mid late 90s. I did that job, so I didn't know about that technology back then.
We've got time to make a cuppa.
Yeah. In the 90s, yeah. Well, you could have got a dumpy level, but yeah. Go on.
We had dumpy levels, auto levels. We had rotating lasers. We had all that stuff in the
we had lasers
90s.
Back then. Okay.
Late 90s. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. The total stations started to come out reasonably well in the 80s, and we're getting not too bad in the 90s, but they're still pretty expensive by then.
Yeah, that's probably why.
Yeah, the wheel was invented in the 80s as well. We had them.
That's probably why the employer just let me just use a water level for it. Cut costs.
No, those rotating laser levels. Those things have been around for quite a while, and then that's the favorite thing if you're talking about masons and or concrete guys, or
Yeah.
It's so easy one guy can use it. You just set that damn thing up in the center of the field somewhere, and take your sensor, and it will tell you. It beeps, rapidly or slowly or a steady tone when you've got the sensor right at the right elevation. And those things have been around forever.
Yeah. Even the old ones that used to set out a laser light, almost any idiot could use them. They weren't complicated. We
can't mess them up.
Yeah, as long as you get them level and you got a reference level to work off, it doesn't really matter where it is.
Just put the bubble in the bullseye and it'll take care of the rest of it for you.
Yeah.
I've got a little laser tool that I bought from the cheap shop. It works pretty well. It's got like a spirit levels and everything on it, but it's got a laser. It shoots out off a flat surface, and you can put it on things and run the laser off it. I put it on the car because I was checking my fan belt pulleys from one to the other, from the alternator pulley to the crankshaft pulley.
Oh yeah.
And that helped me line it up to see if I was actually out at all.
Right.
So that was to the centre of it. I got it to run it from the centre of one pulley to the centre of the other pulley to see if I was actually out at all. It was handy for that. So you can use things for what they're not intended for, but if you, like they say, you can't use these levels, dumpy levels or whatever, to do these other things that you can do besides what you do on the building site. Well, it's not to say you can't. Some tools can have a different purpose that you could use it for.
Some tools are better. So there's better tools, but
Yeah.
you can still use.
I mean, like what other better tool could I have used besides a laser level or a laser light that I know is off a straight surface to another straight surface to know if they align? What other tool would I have used besides that? The straight edge?
String line. You could have done a string line, but that doesn't really matter.
I tried a straight edge, but that didn't work because the thickness of the pulleys was different, so that didn't really work.
No. But anyway, that's a different matter. You're only talking a few meters as opposed to, what do we want? We want at least 5Ks to make any significant visible. 4 or 5Ks to see anything significantly visible of any
I'd hate
consequence.
I'm going to have to disappoint Peanuts again tonight because we're not getting Lindsay at his whiteboard.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Shit. That's like more than a dozen before he gets back to his whiteboard. 2 months ago.
No.
Yeah.
No Lindsay again.
Oh, wait a minute. I do have one. I lie. I found one. It was 3 weeks ago. Yeah, but I think that's the last one we watched. If that's the one.
Do you think he's kind of given it up a little bit? That's why he's not doing much these days.
I don't know. I'll just share that to see if we've seen this one.
Maybe he's raking all the money from all the people that paid his $50.
Did we see this one?
Whatever it was.
It looks like you watched that one, Terry.
Yeah, I know. It had a red line on it.
Hmm.
You can barely see what he draws. I think we might have seen that one. Because that's the last one he had.
He's got a black shirt on.
Yeah, kind of looks familiar.
Yeah, it's hard to see what he draws, so we've got no idea.
Mm.
Needs to get a better white pen.
I do remember him writing a whole load of text like that one time as well. So yeah, I think you might have already seen it.
I don't recall seeing that one, but it might have been before I got.
You might have been before your time. Yeah.
This was done a couple of weeks back. It was done in.
Oh, was it?
It was done 3 weeks ago, and I've already got a.
Yeah,
red
you might have watched it. Yeah, you might have already watched. Yeah, you might have watched it, Terry. But I don't know if anybody else has. I might have watched it myself personally as well. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's.
What was that one for? Was that they just saw one 4 days ago or something? You said there. Where was that?
Yeah, that's the last one he did 2 days ago. There.
2 days ago.
3 days.
Okay. We'll watch them then.
Yeah, but there's no whiteboard. You're just going to see him there flailing his arms around talking crap.
Oh well, better than nothing. I mean, he talks crap on the whiteboard, so what difference does it make? Yeah. Oh no, he's holding a white bit of paper there.
Yeah, Euclid's
sort of like a whiteboard.
Euclid's fifth postulate and man's arc of horizon. Description.
Well, there you go. He's talking about. He may be able to explain the horizon.
Yeah. Okay.
The next one up there, has he got a divining rod in there? Did I see in that same video?
Divider. It looks like it, doesn't it? He's holding up something like that.
Yeah, just there.
Yeah.
Just at the start of that, before the preview.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It did look like water dividers, didn't it?
Oh, we better
Give
give.
do some water dividing there.
We'll give the peanuts some Lindsay then. Give them that one.
Zebulon says today is International Flat Earth Brings Evidence Day. No, that's just not going to happen.
What?
Apparently is Flat Earth Brings Evidence Day today, apparently. That's never going to happen.
Hey Phil, I seen you down
Hey, Phil.
over in that new server I found.
Talking to Democ, that was a waste of time.
Did he give you a headache, Phil?
Oh dear. That guy just doesn't want to listen.
Just have a quick look down there. Are you still down there, Phil? Where is it? Just have a look. There's only one person with an open mic. Everyone else is gone. Gone quiet down there. And quiet everywhere else by the look of it. That time of day. Where am I? Go back there. Close that. Right. Better put it on Lindsay speed. Yeah, totally a waste of time. That's exactly right, Phil.
Yep.
But like you said, for the fun of it.
I mean, I've even heard some flat earthers actually say that it's a waste of time talking to Democ as well. It really is. It's absolute waste.
He thinks his experiments he's done in that backyard thing with that, whatever he did it on, he thinks they're great.
But I mean,
he thinks they're the bee's knees.
You can't. I mean, like one or two of the things, the demonstrations that he did in his backyard make absolutely no sense. And you try and ask him about it, and he just goes absolutely ballistic at you, starts screaming and shouting at you about this and that, and show me this and show me the other, and all the rest of it. It's just like, well, okay, well that explained things. Then it didn't explain anything. Nobody understands what he's going on about. He had this curved bit of plastic, and it's like, see if I do this and do that, and yeah, okay, what does that prove? He won't tell you. Nobody understands what he's saying half the time.
It's a bit like Flattoid was saying, look, see how you can't see this light if I put this bit of what's he in front of it? It's like, yeah.
Yeah, and?
What have you proved here?
Yeah. And then you try and ask them why, what you're trying to prove, and they just go off on some diatribe. Like, what?
Here's the one I was listening to. He's sitting there going, oh, look, you can't see anything, can't see it. Oh, suddenly, yeah, isn't that just what we're saying? It's hidden by the curve of the pipe, and it's like...
Because something's in the way.
It's like...
Yeah, just give them a shiny thing. That'll keep them busy for hours.
I'll see if I can cherry pick a bit of what McToon did today over there after this, because it wasn't.
Anyway, Terry.
Yes.
Yeah, you want to press play?
Yeah, I can do that.
I didn't realise you were ready, actually.
Welcome to Flat Earth Philosophy, and another video to prove the Earth's flat. If you haven't seen my previous video, I mentioned the video's about fire, what it actually really is. Fire representing a full cycle, a full magnetic cycle. And in there, it's connected to Euclidean geometry. And I mentioned this, and one of my subscribers has sent me a link to Euclid's on Wikipedia. Euclid's information regarding it anyway. And basically, I was going to reply that, all that stuff means nothing to me. Basically, I'm not good at maths and geometry anyway. And the fact that common man misunderstands all the ancient information. It's like esoteric, ancient philosophy. Common man doesn't understand it, so he'll have it all wrong anyways. There's no point in me trying to, figure out what common man's written. But anyway, I went ahead and read it, and within 10 seconds, I realised I was flipping right. This is the first page. The first page on that Wikipedia site. Now, this video is about Euclid's fifth postulate, okay? Now, in geometry, the parallel postulate, also called Euclid's fifth postulate, because it is the fifth postulate in Euclid's Elements, is a distinctive axiom in Euclidean geometry. It states that in two-dimensional geometry, if a line segment intersects two straight lines forming two interior angles, I'll show you this. If a line segment intersects two straight lines, these two straight lines,
I can't read it.
Draw a line segment forming two interior angles on the same side that are less than two right angles. Well, that's less, but that's not. So what the hell is that picture doing there? They've done that wrong to start with. Is this science or just Wikipedia? Then the two lines, if extended indefinitely, these two lines, meet on the side on which the angles sum to less than two right angles. Basically, what he's saying, if these two carry on.
What's that, Timbo?
They are less than right angle. You know what a right angle is?
Lindsay, you're describing exactly why reciprocal zeniths work. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh dear.
I pulled up the page to check. No, it's definitely less than two right
Yeah, I
angles.
think we might have to pull up the page ourselves to look. Can you get a shot of it?
Keep going.
We'll throw it in. We could show
yeah.
it while we're listening to it.
The sum of these two angles
I'll throw
add up
I'll throw a link
to where
in.
these will end up. These two lines will end up. But it's written in a way that it's basically esoteric. They don't understand it. I knew they wouldn't. They'd get it wrong. And they certainly have. They don't understand it. Completely misunderstand the basis of Euclid's information. Took me 10 seconds to draw this. Man's arc of horizon. That's the dome over man. Flat earth. There's the horizon. There's the two straight lines. The horizon and an angle there. So there's the line he's put through there. And these two angles are less than 90 degrees. 47 degrees
No, Lindsay.
and 72 degrees add up to 118 degrees.
What's he
That's
doing?
on that. So basically that's one hemisphere.
He's getting
Bring it
wrong.
over here, add them up. What do you got here? 118 degrees. There's 118 degrees
No.
in the other hemisphere. It's the way the stars move. It's all connected with that. Because the northern hemisphere is a reflection out into the southern hemisphere. It's a returning field. It's the same system. There's one central pole. Check out my earlier video anyway. One central pole.
That doesn't help.
Basically, this is phi. One central pole is in here, and everywhere around the Earth is its opposite south pole. This is centered on the centre of the Earth in terms like this. There's always a south pole. See, always a south pole. You're looking directly south. You're on a meridian, so you're north there. There's your south. Everybody around the flat Earth will have his southern field. It's not one fixed position like the north is, you see. So there you have it, everybody. Euclid's fifth postulate. 90 degrees zenith. This is all to do with man's arc of horizon. Celestial navigation comes into all this. Movement of the stars. So everything is all observed by the observer here, perpendicular to the arc, his arc of horizon. All the celestial bodies are basically fixed in a firmament, or move in this firmament, in this arc over man. That's why you cannot measure celestial bodies. They're all holographic projections. They move. When you move, they move with you.
Phil, don't even try to
That's just the way it is,
understand
the way
it.
they're projected into the moisture-filled atmosphere. So imagine, whatever you're getting going on here, there's one hemisphere, there's the other hemisphere.
Did I hear somebody's trying to understand Lindsay?
Three
Yeah,
discs
Phil
game.
He was
said
doing
that. Yeah, Phil said
No,
he
he's not
seriously
going
The
on.
line
thinks
segment
he can
intersects
understand
two
it.
straight lines, which is what we've done here.
No. Don't
Two
bother.
straight lines, straight horizon, and there's the other straight line. And the two interior angles, less than 90 degrees, on the same side, are less than 90 right angles. Then the two lines, if extended indefinitely, this is where you have to understand the arc of horizon, the dome of man. And it's pretty hard to explain, it's pretty deep. And
It's
you have
deep.
to understand the whole flat earth model. the toroidal
I
field.
wouldn't relate you.
And how you're getting a rotation in the south and a rotation in the north. And all these science globe lovers, globe wannabes want to talk about is they're not the same stars. Well, they are the same stars if you know where to look, because they're more widely dispersed in the south. It's an expanded field.
They don't match, Lindsay.
Expanding out from the centre, equidistantly. And then you have the overlay of the Milky Way. So they're buried in an overlay.
The overlay.
Weaker, the original stars from back in the north are weaker, more dispersed, and overlaid by the Milky Way stars. So this postulate does not specifically talk about parallel lines. They're not parallel, are they? It is only a postulate related to parallelism. Euclid gave this definition of parallel lines in Book 1, definition 23.
Like somebody creating the universe, or we just overlay it with a galaxy.
Study of geometry that satisfies all of Euclid's axioms, including the parallel postulates. The postulate was long considered to be obvious or inevitable, but proofs were elusive. Eventually, it was discovered that inverting the postulate gave valid, albeit different geometries. A geometry where the parallel postulate does not hold is known as a non-Euclidean geometry. Geometry that is independent of Euclid's fifth postulate, i.e. only assumes the modern equivalent of the first four postulates, is known as the absolute geometry. Now, so they go on to say general relativity annihilates this fifth postulate. But it's all BS. General relativity is only the curving linear magnetic field, the torus field over the Earth as a whole.
What?
And it's the way things move. So it's if you understand, if you've seen other videos, how the stars will move.
Come again? What?
They're moving, opposing each other. It's quite deep too, but anyway. So they're saying that general relativity destroys this fifth postulate. But they don't understand this whole dome, this whole arc of horizon.
Triangles don't exist.
It's all related to celestial navigation.
What's that? No, triangles don't exist.
Yes, yeah, because that's basically what that postulate's about. So he's basically saying triangles don't exist.
Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. Huh?
All the lights come back to the.
Only three people in the world that understand Lindsay, and that's Lindsay and the other two voices in his head.
Yeah.
From the dome.
Yeah.
And two of those aren't sure that
if these two lines carry on indefinitely, they say.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that second voice either.
Well, the other two are probably arguing.
Over here, that's to do with an alignment. It's to do with your alignments, a man's alignment, and celestial body's alignment, because at a certain time of the night, he can get his alignment, because that field curving around, meeting the Tropic of Cancer, and that field coming around, there's only an hour where they're basically aligned, and then the southern field, because it's bigger, quickly curves away, because it's moving. You've got to think about it, because it's a bigger field, it moves quicker, doesn't it? More wider and quicker. But then you've got to think of a clock arm. It's the same time here as it is out there, even though that's moving a wider distance. Everything is all relative to the observer on the latitude. Okay? So this is about man's arc of horizon. We have a dome over him, 180 degrees, beautiful dome. This is how you do celestial navigation. It's all relative to the observer. As he moves, his dome moves. As he moves, all the celestial bodies move. That's the way it works. Plus the celestial bodies are doing their thing anyway, they're moving anyway. This is why you have your...
Don't ask questions. It just moves, okay?
Say there's almanac and all that. They've got the stars, the star GP point straight down to the ground here. To the minute. To the second, I think. So when you take a reading from the horizon up here to that star, they give you the GP point on the ground here exactly at that time you took the reading. And all you have to do is work out the distance back to your 90 degrees and work it out with the arc minutes. Gives you the nautical miles. You know how far you are from that point. So that's one measurement.
Just moved.
They do a few more times to find out where you are on the Earth. But
you just know, don't you?
They're always bringing up their globe model theory and saying you can't do it on a flat Earth. It's absolute rubbish. They're as thick as pig shit, or they're just outright liars, keep pushing their globe. So there it is, folks. Euclidean's fifth postulate does work. That's how It's the guts of the matter, and the science doesn't understand. It's all to do with this. The dome, man's arc of horizon. I'm sure the Illuminati, that's what you might call them, unilluminated. No, there is some illuminated people. They know. It's all in history. If you look back in ancient history, they've got all the information. You see it everywhere. I know they know, or knew. So there's a few that know, but they don't let on to everybody. So it's like this, the very elite at the very top know it all.
Yeah, we're not going to tell you.
It's the longer they can control all the information, they control you, and they control all the money.
Why not? Why can't you tell us? Don't want to.
Look at the crap that's going down these days. Okay, thanks, guys.
As Eblon said, did the staff take his whiteboard?
Like,
They just got it, give him a chair. That's it.
The staff take his whiteboard.
Yeah.
Took his tinfoil.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a window I've not seen either. I've not seen that window he's standing behind. In front of, sorry,
I think he's in the same room because his whiteboard could because you see the reflection of the whiteboard.
Mm.
Okay,
Oh, could you?
So this is what he was reading, eh?
Parallel postulate or postulate.
I get a better.
Did you see what Mum Bates Casey said? Postulate, is that snail mail? Postulate, you know.
Postulate.
Postulate.
Don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
So you can. That was the image you said. Oh, they're not less than 90, and I said, "They're less than 90." What are you talking about?
Well, that one's less than 90.
If the sum of those two angles is less than 90, the lines will intersect on that side. Yeah, that's
what
parallel
it says.
postulate.
Okay.
I think because beta is greater than 90.
Well, it can be.
Less than 180.
Alpha is much less than 90.
So he says, "Oh, because both of them aren't less than 90, then it doesn't work."
But it says less than 180.
No, they don't both have to be less than 90.
No. Just have alpha and beta have to be less than 190. Less than
the sum has to be less than 180.
180.
Yeah, 180.
Yeah,
that's what I keep reading.
Yeah. Yep. Anyway.
This is exactly what you see with reciprocal zenith angles, and it's the reason why when you measure them, you will get an excess. The angles down there will be in excess of 180 degrees, which means they have to be diverging. It's the angles on the other side of that line.
If I got a example for that.
Of a reciprocal zenith angle.
Yeah, I've been trying to keep diagrams for all this sort of stuff, so I can keep.
Blue had one on his thumbnail.
Blue's had one on his thumbnail, has he? Well, I didn't get that one.
The one I'm thinking?
I didn't get to pinch that one.
I think.
Unless Blue's given me one before. I've got it from someone. I'll have a look.
I think
I've got an idea of which image it's supposed to be. I don't know if I've got it. I'm going to be looking here forever trying to find that one that I... I don't think I can find it. I thought I had one.
Anyway, hello, Alan.
Oh, hello, Alan.
Gentlemen.
What gentlemen?
Yes, I know. I was tardy this morning.
Why
As Terry
you...
would say, have you got a note?
Yeah, you got a note?
Terry knows why I have to be late on a Wednesday now.
Something to do with a phone call or something?
Yeah. I have a chat with some friends
okay.
on a Wednesday from 10 till 11. So, you know.
Yeah. No, I can't find that image unless somebody has got... I can't. No. I thought I had one to do with what we were talking about. Oh, I'm going to have to do some more homework and get that. What did you say? Blue
God,
had
Clive
one in
was
his...
coming out.
Did you say Blue had one on his stream?
I thought. You still there, Blue, or are you gone?
No, Blue's sort of there. See if I can... Where are we?
I see Clive has come out with the dad jokes already.
How do you make it Venetian blind? Poke
Yeah.
his eyes out.
Yeah, that's an old one. Old ones are the best, though, sometimes.
Venetians from Venus, or from Venice. They're from my window.
Look at all these Timbo Turtle live streams.
Well,
One,
and if they've
two, 3, 4. You've done 4 of them.
Yeah,
I noticed one of these live streams and it was just like a blurred colours and stuff. Like, what the hell's that about? Lasted about 10 seconds and then went away.
11 seconds, yeah.
Yeah, 11 seconds.
I was testing it out and then, yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know why I did multiple because it was only the one.
Yeah, I do that. I do that occasionally. I go live occasionally by mistake.
Well, I was setting up my OBS, and so I was checking how the streaming worked and just playing with it. And I set it live to see how the chat function worked.
Oh, okay.
And that was the second one. But then, of course, I realised that it dumps onto the shill.
Did anyone else?
I think the second one.
Did many people turn up in the side chat realise you were live streaming?
No.
Oh.
Paul's the only one who's in my live stream. But only because I was just talking testing, and Paul says, "Are you talking to me?"
Are you talking to you talking to me? Nope, don't want that. I do want. Tim got 2 channels.
I did a whole load of videos last week.
Yeah, I've seen some there. We'll do yours after. We'll play a couple.
Yeah, that's right. It's okay. Just saying.
Oh, we've got somebody at the door. Oh, who's co-host?
I'm not.
You haven't got one.
No, I was just saying. Yeah, I don't think you have one.
You sacked everybody.
Yeah, sacked them all.
There you go, Alan. You can have your job back temporarily.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, Alan's the teacher's. Alan's the teacher's pet, is he?
Well, Alan was the original co-host before you.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, before I got sacked.
Well, Farmer took over. You have to blame Farmer for that one.
Yeah, blame me now. I'm here.
No, it doesn't.
Well, I get blamed when I'm not here, so it makes a change, doesn't it?
It doesn't look like Tunes uploaded the
video
from today.
Oh, we had a stream last night. It was a what's the word we're looking for?
Competing stream for his birthday.
Yeah, shit show.
Oh, the one with DP and
the one with DP and.
Oh, here it is.
Yeah,
Blood Earth debate.
I watched some of that this morning. Ye gods.
Yeah, I got it. I found that one. That's the one I was going to play a little bit of.
You talking about the birthday one or another one?
No, this one.
Another one.
This one.
Oh, yeah, I didn't see the other one.
Dude.
Yeah, this one.
Oh, jeez.
I didn't get to watch all of it, but I was more towards the end, so I don't know whereabouts is any better than...
Jesus, what are you doing, my farmers? Bloody hell. What is that noise?
Where are you? You inside, farmer, or in your car?
I'm inside the little store, but that's the road sweeper outside. I'm trying to find a quiet bit, but wherever I go, there's somebody making noise.
Terry, you're blimey. You're gonna have to mute him.
Oh, right, I'll find a quiet bit in a minute. Stop. What do you expect? I'm on a building site.
Yeah. What do you expect? What do you expect, Matt?
Oh, well, there's me expecting he's on a building site. Of course, he's going to be on a building site during the live stream, isn't he? Of course he is.
Yeah. Well, it's during the week. I'm at work. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm in a nearly finished little store in Ipswich. Nearly finished.
Has it got a front door?
Yeah.
It has got a front door. Yes, that's a good start.
Very
Not
important.
like that other one.
It's got a front door.
Well, if that's the smoke alarm, run. If it's the kitchen timer, get the brownies out of the oven, please.
Okay, let's just have a look at the bakery. No, that's not going to happen. It's not that equipped just yet.
I think we'll get him in about there. Like he's... We'll trying to get with him debating with that guy. I can't tell. I know I was in there later on.
You haven't got the audio one for starters, anyway. So.
No, I just wanted to see whereabouts in the live stream I was going to get at. Okay, we'll go from about there, and I'll do a couple of jumps. Okay. Oh, good. Their farmers has even got his thumbnail. That's clever.
Well, I made sure I was logged into Zoom on my phone first. You know.
Well, I'm gonna play the video. So if you want me to mute you or whatever while we do that.
Yeah, it might be best because we can. It's quite. It might not sound loud to you farmers, but it is quite loud on here.
Yeah, that's okay. I muted him. I beat Alan to it because Alan's too slow.
Oh, I'm supposed to mute people as well, am I?
Oh, well, you're the co-host. Really? What are you supposed to do?
Host's job.
Yeah, the co-host. No, the co-host can do that sort of stuff.
Thing is, no new though, Terry. He's gone like, what did you mute him for? Can't bloody win.
I know. I get in trouble for that sort of stuff normally.
You can't get the staff.
But mind you, that is mostly because I've muted and kicked SE Montreal.
Yes, when I'm trying to.
No, you can't get the. You can't get the staff farmers. So go ahead.
I was just going to say, especially when I'm trying to have content and people on the channel to talk to and have a conversation with, and then you go and kick and boot people.
Yeah, you can't get the staff farmers. That's why I employed you as moderator as well, right? Mm.
Well, the guy was being an arse, a complete and utter arse.
Well, that's true as well.
He's just being Montreal.
Yeah.
True.
I went off on him the other night.
Oh, right. What was that about?
Just him spamming the chat constantly.
Terry?
Farmer, are you just pretending you're working by just being somewhere near where working's being done? That's what Zebulon. That's what Zebulon said.
Shush, shush! Fuck's sake! Don't tell everyone. Look, I'm walking around with a bloody clipboard type effort thing as well. Come on.
You got to have a safety hat on, a clipboard, and an overcoat.
You gotta have a PPE on. Yeah.
Hang on. Let me turn my camera on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's got the safety vest.
He's got
the cap.
He's got to prove it now, and he's got to prove it.
There you go. And you've got a name tag thing around your neck or something. Yeah.
He's that scared of being exposed. He's got to prove it now.
He's got everything. He's got everything he needs to be to prove that he's on a work site.
He's got his PPE on. That's right.
I've got my PPE on. I've got my boots, my high vis, my hat with my name on, and I'm
Right.
on a building site. And I've got
There you go.
And I've got me. Well, it's not quite a clipboard, but yeah.
Yeah.
Have you got your
Who's going to question that if they see you?
Exactly.
He hasn't got ear protection, so it can't be good.
Don't need it.
Yeah, you don't need it.
I'm not on the tools.
Hang on a minute. It doesn't say Farmer's Boy on your hat. You've got somebody else's hat. What are you on about? What are you doing?
Yeah, you got somebody else's hat.
No, it's my hat. It's my name.
Your name is Farmer's Boy, isn't it? I thought, oh, no.
Well, one of them, yeah.
Well, if the hat fits, wear it. Isn't it the same?
Oh, it fits, yeah.
Yeah. Just checking.
Anyway, are we going to watch this video?
Yeah, we're going to be watching a bit of this. Farmer will probably listen.
Yeah, I'll listen.
I can show you. They run down to sea level, finding the easiest cores. Surveyors and engineers and architects are never required to factor the supposed curvature of the Earth into their projects. Canals, railways, bridges, and tunnels are always cut and laid horizontally, often over hundreds of miles without any allowance for curvature.
What?
No elevation.
You know, any real practicing engineer out there.
Parrot Oakley, it's all you got. Oh my
Suez Canal connecting the Mediterranean with the Red Sea is 100 miles long without any locks, making the water an uninterrupted continuation of the two seas.
Between elevation
when constructed, the Earth's supposed curvature was not taken into account. It was dug along a horizontal datum line 26 feet below sea level, passing through several lakes.
That datum is an
from
ellipsoid,
one sea to the other, with the datum line and water surface running perfectly parallel over the 100 miles. How am I doing on time?
You're about 2 minutes over at the minute.
All right.
Oh my gosh. It's just Flare Fun.
Yeah, if I'm over, we're good.
Cool.
Thank you.
Who goes next?
Oh my gosh.
Who's next?
No, I'll address one of.
So, you both had your 10 minutes now, haven't you?
Jason,
Yeah.
It's supposed to be a structured debate.
Okay, then, so
his volume is
I'll leave it for you guys then. Who wants to start?
But I'd just like to point out with McToad's Google Earth thing that all maps are flat. All
maps are
distances
flat.
Straight line distances. However, Google Earth plays with those straight line distances.
All pictures of my dog
It's
are
just
flat.
a calculation.
I'd have to play the
Distances
bingo
across the
card
oceans
for
cannot
this, I
be
think.
measured, so therefore any lacking in the calculations across the land surfaces can be measured or made up for, not measured across the water, can be measured.
Oh, that was the phrase, I think it was. Is a calculation is not a measurement. I think that was something I was listening to later on.
Sometimes comes out, yeah, which is rubbish, but anyway.
Up for across the water.
They can.
All the land surface are horizontal planar measurements, elevation rise and fall, and distance measurements are horizontal straight line measurements. You cannot curve those measurements. Just because you're relying on a calculation to reify your ball doesn't make it so.
Hey, could you show the measurements supporting and the evidence supporting your claim there about the distances across water, please?
What, they can't be measured? How can you show me some? How can I show you some?
Go ahead.
How can I show you
support
that
that
the
with some
distance?
evidence instead?
How can I show you that the distances
how can
can't
you support
be measured?
your claim with evidence? I don't know. It's up to you. Support your claim with evidence. Go ahead. Chop, chop.
You want me to show you something that can't?
Well,
be
hold on,
measured?
DP. Hold on, because I'm getting a word in the chat. Is it true that you muted us on your channel when we were speaking?
No.
Okay.
I muted myself so that you didn't hear me. So muted myself to Discord. So all right. So you've made a positive claim, and now you have the burden of proof. Can you support that, please?
You want me to demonstrate to you that the distances over water can't be measured. Why do you think they calculate them?
Go ahead.
Why do you think they calculate them, McTune?
Just go ahead. Go ahead.
Why do you think they calculate them?
I'm sorry, it's not your turn to ask me a question. It's your turn to provide evidence supporting your claim.
I'm asking you a question.
I know, and I'm telling you it's not...
Typical fluff tactic, isn't it? Deflect back to a question. Yeah. I might give the answer.
Your turn to ask me a question. It's your turn to provide evidence supporting your claim.
So you want me to provide you evidence of something that can't be done. Let me give it straight.
And it's your claim.
Sounds familiar, doesn't it?
That those distances cannot be measured, and somehow that the things that I did were numerically wrong or quantifiably wrong or something.
Because that's obviously a claim when you say it cannot be done.
Yeah.
So why it can't be done?
He has to have a source for his claim. He can't just make it. He has to say they can't be done, and here's my evidence from Maritime Society that says this can't be done, or blah blah blah. You can't just.
But how many times have we heard?
Otherwise, you say the middle of the ocean's pink, and you'd say, well, prove that. And it says, well, I don't have to prove it.
No, it's their opposite. They keep saying when something's not, or something can't be done, is what they say is not a claim.
Well, they say that by saying that doesn't mean they have to provide a source or evidence. That's the thing.
Well, whether your claim is positive or negative, it's still a claim.
Yeah.
Irregardless. So you can't just say, "Oh, well, that doesn't exist." Well, that's a claim. That's still a claim. You've got to prove then that doesn't exist, particularly if you're the only one that's making a claim. You know?
You can, I mean, if I was him, I'd be saying, not that I think it's a valid argument, but you'd say, no, you can't physically measure with a tape, so you can only use calculations from one point to another, so you physically can't measure across the water.
But bear in mind,
that's a crap argument, but that would be an argument.
I mean, this guy's sort of saying, "Oh, well, you want me to show you this? You want me to demonstrate this?" Well, no, it doesn't have. You don't have to show or demonstrate anything. Just give some evidence of your claim. That's what Mattoon's asking for. He never said, "Show me it," like flat earthers often do. Show me this, show me that, and the other, especially Demok. You know what he's like. Does that all the time. But that's not what Mattoon's saying. He says, "Well, okay, you've made a claim. Now provide evidence to reinforce it."
Like
that's all he's asking for.
Yeah. Like Nerd Alert said, first make a claim. Second, get ARCs to back it up. Third, say you didn't make a claim. Classic bluffing.
Yeah, that's it. True. Yeah.
Actually, the statement that you made is that it's basically mandatory, I think is what you said. It's not required. It's mandatory on a globe, as if the distances and the calculations that you did could not be done any other way.
No, it's just that the globe, the circumference of all lines of latitude north and south of the equator must be less than the circumference of the equator. That's just the geometry of how.
Well, you've made the claim that this is the measurement. So show us the measurement across the water, please. Show us the measurement across the landmass and across the water.
Fantastic reversal of the burden of
verify.
Excellent.
No, it's
good job. Very
not
good job.
Reversal. It was your original claim, McTune.
Yeah. Okay. So
the original claim was yours.
Very good.
Now you show us the measurements across the water to support your claim, because otherwise it's just mathematics that supports your belief.
That's not what you claimed.
So,
you didn't claim
so
that.
It seems like you're asserting that they're wrong, but you won't support
I'm not
your
asserting
claim.
they're wrong.
I get it. You don't have any evidence, and so wave that white flag, I guess.
It's you that claimed that this is an accurate measurement. So show us the measurements
didn't.
across the
I didn't
water.
make
No,
it.
he didn't.
I
He
did
never
show the
claimed it.
measurement across the
land.
39th. The 39th, yep, across the land. And because we do
Oh,
know
okay,
that
fine.
the sun moves at a consistent rate, the GP of the sun moves at a consistent rate.
Yeah, well, you're
that-
failing with
I'm
your
sorry,
measurements here.
I was in the middle of the sentence there. You asked me to specifically support that, and then while I'm in the middle of it, you interrupt me. So do you want me to support it, or do you want to interrupt me?
You're failing with your measurements,
Yeah, interrupt me
Matuma,
again.
was your original claim.
Yeah, interrupt me again if you want me to stop supporting my claim. Okay? So, we know that the sun, the GP of the sun moves over the course of 24 hours all the way around from the zero longitude to zero longitude. It's a consistent rate. It does not change throughout the day. It's always a consistent rate. So when we know that the GP of the sun moves across one line of longitude to another line of longitude, we know the proportion of that line of latitude that it has covered during that period. So unless the sun is somehow slowing down or speeding up during that time, it is a consistency across the entirety of every line of longitude. It's 15 degrees an hour. And since that was about 11 degrees of distance between there, we know that it's just over 3% of the entirety. And so all we need to do is multiply it out and we get it the rest of the way. So unless you're saying that either the distance measurements are wrong or that the sun accelerates and decelerates somehow to change that up, I don't see just how anything other than your nuh-uh is going to do anything.
Why are you looking to the sky to reify your belief of what the ground is?
I just measured it.
Why can't you make
I
calculations?
love looking at the sky to measure the Earth. It's
You made
fantastic
calculations. Did the middle of my sentence interrupt?
What's the saying? Why are you looking at the sky to know what you're standing on?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
I think
get
that's
that
the
all
phrase.
the time with the. Yeah, they get that all the time with flirs now. Yeah, they.
Because the celestial stuff has now shown that they can't use that anymore. So now this
Yeah.
sort of seemed to have come out that no, you can't.
Yeah, don't look up. don't look up. Whatever you do, don't look up. Can't do that. Don't look up.
Yeah, why can't you measure the Earth or observe it from the ground to see its curve?
Yeah, that's what they say nowadays. Yeah. They're all saying it now. As soon as you start coming up with the celestial sphere and all the rest of it, start talking about that because it completely debunks everything they're saying. They just say, "Oh, you don't need to look up at the sky to measure what's on the Earth." It's like,
or as one meted, the biggest problem they have is the southern celestial sphere.
Yeah, that's why I wish a lot of these people that would drag him into that side of it with the southern hemisphere side of things. And because a lot of people live in the northern hemisphere, they seem to forget to bring that on.
That in, yeah. Anyway.
Absolutely.
Did the middle of my sentence interrupt the middle of yours?
You should practice that.
McToon. You're the first one to start crying about it.
It's 2:30 where he's at, so you got to give him a little credit.
All right, go ahead.
So why are you looking at the sky and making calculations with what you see in the sky to reify the ground that you walk on, when you can't give the measurements that you claimed in your first instance?
Quoting things that weren't during this debate, not things that I claimed during this debate. So I stand only on the claims I've made during this debate.
Yeah, you claimed the circumference at that latitude and you measured the distance across the ground. So therefore the measurements across the water are what you claim. But you haven't supported that claim with measurements across the water. That's what I'm asking you for.
Yeah, and I've already explained it.
With looking to the sky and reification maths.
Well, no, there's no reification. I never claimed to live on the model.
He's not looking at the sky because the sun shines on the ground. So you're measuring what you can see on the ground, even though yes, the sun is in the sky. You're making sure it's vertical. That's what you're actually measuring. So you are measuring the ground.
Isn't there an issue there if you can't stand behind stuff that you said in the past regarding this? Like, shouldn't it be consistent?
Sure. If you would have changed the topic, then we can wrap this up and change the topic to something else.
Who's changing the topic? We're simply asking you.
Yeah, you brought up things that I did not bring up during this debate.
said that the circumference at that given latitude was what it is. You measured a land measurement, not water measurement.
Yes.
Now we're asking you for the water measurement to support that claim.
Yes, and I went over it already.
With looking in the sky and mass reification.
Oh,
Yes,
so it's
we
the
know.
water curves that he's asking for. Sorry, DP, I'm just catching up here. I apologize.
Yeah. So yeah, I definitely looking at the sky is a fantastic way to figure out the shape of the thing we're on. But I never claimed to live on the model, so I don't know why you keep talking about reification.
You want me to let Farm read?
Well, I'm having trouble putting that together, to be honest with you. I like how. First of all, you're claiming that the sun consistently goes around again. How did you put it exactly?
Yeah, the GP of the sun moves consistently 15 degrees per hour, 15 degrees longitude per hour.
15 degrees longitude. But does it not change as the seasons change?
No, the number of degrees longitude per hour is consistent every day of the year.
Because oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, as it's traveling, it's moving. But still, I don't understand how you're correlating the movement of the sun to the shape of the ground beneath your feet. Can you put that one together for me?
Yeah, so one of the ways that you can get your longitude on the Earth is how long you look at your local solar noon. That's when the sun is at its highest point for you. And you compare that to local solar noon at Greenwich, England, which is 0 longitude.
Later, Clive.
So if it happened to happen 6 hours after it happened in Greenwich, then you know that you are 90 degrees shifted from Greenwich. Since the GP of the sun moves at a consistent rate, that's how it has to happen. Unless maybe somebody shows that the sun doesn't move at a consistent rate.
So again, you're using longitude and latitude lines, which are a man-made construct around your ball. Yeah, around your ball to reify your ball.
No, I didn't claim we lived on the model. Yeah,
no,
it's just
claim
a
we live on a. You
measurement.
claim we live on an oblate spheroid with longitude and latitude lines.
Absolutely, yes, and then I provided the measurements for it.
Do you need to talk through me all the time, McToon?
Well, I'm just affirming you. Yeah, go ahead.
Can you not just be quiet while I'm talking? Is this not possible for you?
Like
Can you give me a confirmation that it is possible for you?
I didn't want to talk.
Thank you. So you are reifying your oblate spheroid, which is a man-made construct, with longitude and latitude lines, which are a man-made construct to reify that oblate spheroid.
Hello, I am from India.
Child porn.
Server muted.
Nigger.
Wow.
I don't know what all that was about.
So people, so you know, some troll got in there and started putting out some stuff. I don't know. There was some awful things there.
Would that
so
affect
I
ours
muted
if we
myself.
came through? I didn't get to mute it quick enough.
Ooh,
There was a port bombing or something.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, just an audio one though.
They're going to have to deal with there.
Hopefully it'll be all right.
Oh, so it looks like
repeated use of the N word and that sort of stuff.
Yeah, it sounds like Toon muted it anyway by the looks of things.
Yeah,
he did.
Came across,
So there's a lot of people that are doing some stuff. All right.
Longitude and latitude lines that reified their model.
I had my finger on the
How amazing!
Get on with it. Come on, chop.
Okay, get on with it.
All right.
Must have been hitting a nerve there.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm saying that you're reifying your model, your oblate spheroid model, with longitude and latitude lines, which are a man-made construct that reify your oblate spheroid model.
But they're a construct that work if they're simply a construct, but they do work. And I'm so sorry. Did the middle of my anyway. The fact is let's say someone plopped in from somewhere, and I'm sitting there telling them, we've got these lines of latitude that we drew, we've got these lines of longitude, and we kind of track to see where the sun moves, and it works. It actually works. We get so many miles an hour for the GP, or for the longitude of the sun at different latitudes, and it all works. And even if they says, you know what, you're making some assumptions here, but we can say but it works. What would you say to them to try to convince them that it wasn't right? What evidence do you actually bring that it isn't true? That's my question.
Well, just real quickly before he answers that, isn't it if it's based on assumption, isn't it automatically up in the air that it could not be correct in the first place?
Yeah, that's why you do a test.
It could be incorrect in the first place. But even if your test, is it MC Tune? Pronounced correctly?
Yeah, that's usually, yeah.
Even if your test does come back, let's say, in favor of what you expect, do you not account for the unaccountable, or do you not account for the unknown? I guess.
Yeah, you want to try to take into account everything that's going to have a substantial impact on it.
Like distances over water, for example, that aren't measured.
What's that?
Holy cow.
We've got another person in there talking. I don't know.
That's what happens when they got all these mods.
All right.
Because the trolls aren't from our side.
So do you think that the movement of the GP of the sun is a man-made construct?
What's that got to do with it? We're talking about the Earth, not the sun.
I was talking about the sun. I was talking about the GP of the sun specifically. So do you think that the movement of the
GP
of the sun... Why are you looking
to the sun to reify your ground?
I was in the middle, but I did it because it's an accurate way to measure the shape of the thing we live on. That's why I do it. So do you think that the movement of the GP of the sun is a man-made construct?
How is that
before we answer,
deflect to wave away.
How is that a measurement?
No, before we answer that, you're saying, and I think DP is asking the same question here, because your claim here is that it's a good way to measure the shape of the thing that we're on, and we're not really on board with that.
Well, I don't care if you're not on board, right? Denialism doesn't provide any evidence.
It's not denialism. Maybe we're ignorant of the facts, sir. But
I agree.
You could provide. You could expound upon what you're saying.
Yeah.
For the audience and everybody.
I did, but you didn't like it.
Obviously, it didn't connect. No, it's not that we didn't like it.
Yeah, and 3DP just said I reified. He said I reified a bunch of stuff when I never claimed to live on the model, so I'm not reifying. So clearly he did not quite understand it, but I get that. It's a common theme.
Okay, McGee.
I mean, again, hold on, DB. Aren't you the one that just said you don't want to bring in stuff from past debates, but then you're kind of like bringing in stuff from past debates by saying that, aren't you?
That's true, yeah. So apologies for that. Please try to understand, I guess.
We're all human. So all I'm trying to comprehend here, because you're making this claim about the tracking of the sun is a good way to measure what we're on. I'm more than willing to admit that I'm ignorant of this, right? I don't comprehend it. I don't know. I don't understand how you make this claim, right? And all I'm asking for is a little clarification. Obviously, I think my partner here in crime, Mr. DP, is on board. Maybe I'm. I don't know. You follow me there?
Yeah, I'm with you.
All right. Well, I guess that's if you want. I've explained it, and maybe we want to move on to a different. Different thing.
We'd like you to explain how it's a measurement.
I did already. I mean, I could say it again, but it's not going to be any different.
You explained a calculation, not a measurement.
Oh. You don't know that.
So how is it an actual physical measurement?
Okay, well let me cover this a little bit. There seems to be that's a common thing. So every measurement, except for just a very few, every measurement is based on a calculation. If you have a tape measure and there's a 1 meter mark on it, in order to put the 2 meter mark on it, you need to do some calculations. In order to put the 1 meter and 1 centimeter mark on it, you need to do some calculations.
No, you don't. You just make further measurements.
Oh God!
What? So further
Yes,
measurements
yes,
would
it
be
is. You just make
that's
further
calculation.
measurements.
Yeah, further measurements.
It's
That's
just
a calculation.
further measurements.
We'll
No,
just
it's not.
we'll just stick a mark here and hope for the best.
Yeah, exactly.
That'll do.
Yeah. No, we don't have to calculate that. We just do that.
Yeah. We just
we'll
guess.
ask him how's he put the 10 centimeter on? Well, I get another 10 centimeter and measure it.
If this is the bit I think it is, he's about to make MC Toon explode.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I
well,
remember
you know.
this bit. I do remember this.
Addition isn't calculation, is it?
No, of course it's not.
Spoiler alert.
Exactly.
Alan. Spoiler alert, Alan.
I was trying not to say it, but
Yeah, I know.
Go on then.
Shush, Alan.
Let's see. I'm dying to see MC Tune explode. Let's see him.
Thanks, Alan.
It's a further measurement. It's not a calculation.
Right. So if you are more than 1 meter tall and you only have a 1 meter stick, how are you going to measure how tall you are?
Oh,
without
that's confusing. Now, how are we going to do that?
I wouldn't use a stick to measure myself. I'd use a tape measure that's longer than 1 meter.
Okay. And how did that 2 meter mark get put on the tape measure at the factory?
By further measurements.
By adding a second one, they added
Further measurements. Yes,
Yeah,
further measurements. Which bit
that's
of
a
further
calculation.
measurements? Which bit of further measurements don't you understand?
Yeah, that's a calculation. A further measurement
It's not.
is a calculation. When they put the
Adding-
mark at the 30 meter section of the tape measure, they had to calculate out in order to get that on. Every measurement that you've ever done in your entire life is based on a calculation. You've never
No,
done a
it's not.
measurement that's not based on a
Measurements
calculation.
are measurements. Calculations are calculations.
I
McShane.
get
you should
that
learn the
you
difference.
don't have any clue about how measurements are actually done, it seems.
Of course. I've spent virtually my entire working life working with measurements, and I know what the difference.
Every
between a
measurement you've ever done is
and
based
and
on a
a calculation.
Pardon,
Every
are
single
you gentlemen? Are you gentlemen? I'm sorry. Are you gentlemen familiar with something known as a first order measurement?
I am.
Yeah. And is the square footage of a room a first order measurement? Can you do that?
That's a calculation.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Well, could that be considered a first order measurement though, DP? I mean, I think you could do that on the.
Well,
back
he's
of the envelope.
he's moving the goalposts here. He's going from a linear measurement to a
Moving the
square
goalpost.
footage calculation, which is changing the goalposts.
I see.
Yeah, well, I'm giving you an example of another thing that can only be calculated.
No, because you need 2 linear measurements.
Yes.
One being along one wall, the other being along the other wall. 2 measurements to make the calculation of the square footage. Don't you understand that?
So you make a calculation, don't you?
Yeah.
So he's conflating the measurements with calculations yet again.
Yeah, but how did that number 2 meter mark get put on that tape measure?
They just added.
Alice.
They
Oh,
measured it.
That's a calculation! Calculation confirmed!
When you finished ejaculating, they added more measurement.
Was it good?
Oh my gosh. I love that. I'm gonna clip that one.
I missed
Thanks for
that.
All
I
right.
missed that.
So
What did
now
he
that
say?
we've determined that
They
you've never
added
done a
more
measurement.
Oh, Matt.
I'm sorry, I missed it.
Oh, Matt.
Well,
did he
quit talking
say?
and you can hear it.
I'm sorry.
Stop talking.
Jesus.
I was trying to get you to pause, but you weren't pausing.
We're listening to
And
it.
I missed it.
And you weren't listening then.
Sorry. Oh no, I'm sorry.
Just for you, Matt. Jeez.
You
Which
didn't
is
have to
changing
rewind
the
it.
goalposts.
I see.
Yeah, well, I'm giving you an example of another thing that can only be calculated.
No, because you need 2 linear measurements.
Yes.
One being along one wall, the other being along the other wall. 2 measurements to make the calculation of the square footage. Don't you understand that?
Oh yeah,
There you
that's
go,
a good point. Yeah. Yep.
So he's conflating the measurements with calculations yet again.
Yeah, but how did that number 2 meter mark get put on that tape measure?
They just added. They
Oh
measured it out.
no! They added.
They added more.
That's a
they added
calculation.
more- they
Calculation
added-
confirmed.
When you finished ejaculating, they added more measurement.
Was it
Yeah,
good?
they
one?
added.
Oh my gosh!
Say it again.
I love that. I'm gonna clip that one. Thank you for that. All right. So now that we've determined that you've never done a measurement without calculation, why do you think that I can't do any measurements using calculations? Why not? And are they automatically wrong? Do you just hate all measurements that use calculations?
Why are you twisting what I said?
Oh,
have you finished?
It sounds like you are automatically rejecting any measurement that uses a calculation. Is that the case?
Have you finished ejaculating first?
Go ahead. I asked you a question. Are you rejecting every single measurement that uses a calculation? Is that it?
Why are you twisting what I said?
Oh, you said it. Add. You said add. But go ahead. Go ahead.
More measurement.
Yeah, that's calculation.
More measurement. No, it's not. They are.
Oh, adding isn't calculation now. When did adding not become a calculation?
Do you not know the difference between adding numbers and add as a word?
Oh, bless.
Can't make that up.
I'd like to add something. I'd like to add something to this conversation, but I don't know how to calculate that.
Oh my word! What I would ask him at this point then is, okay, well, we got 1 meter and we got 2 meters. Now, how are you going to work out the centimeters?
Yes,
without calculating it, you know what I mean? It's like, how are you going to do that then?
Well, I'm not going to use.
Well,
I'm not going to divide any number into another number because that's not a calculation.
No, you can't do that because that's calculating, isn't it? You can't possibly divide anything.
No, I can't do that.
I need to divide that 1 meter into 10 parts.
No, I can't.
How am I going to do that without calculating it?
No, can't calculate that.
So over in the museum, they must have 2 billion little lengths of rod to cover each, possible length of measurement. So
they have to maintain this weird standard of you can't use calculations and measurements. They have to maintain this so they can throw out stuff that comes from surveyors, for example. That's why they're doing it, because they know that pretty much all measurements employ some sort of calculation. So if you can say, oh, that's not a first order measurement, you've had to calculate something, they think they can therefore reject everything that we use to say, well, look, surveyors will show you that the earth curving. Oh, well, that's not a first order measurement, you've had to use calculations. Well, yeah, because just 99.9% of all measurements involve a calculation of some sort. Sorry, it's just the way it is. We don't have 5 mile long tapes.
No.
You've got to understand the mindset of why they're using these arguments. It's what they're trying to reject. They have to come up with an argument so they can reject everything that debunks their bizarre belief.
Exactly.
That's why they say such ridiculous things in the first place, because it's their justification.
It's just mantras that other people have said. That's the bit that's really frustrating. It's just what other people said. Oh no, someone said, oh, I can't use calculations, so therefore I'm going to use that every time I have that in an argument.
Why do you think we keep saying? Yeah, why do you think we keep saying about the flat Earth script? This is it.
Yeah.
We hear it every day. I mean, some of us have been doing this for like 4 or 5 years. And especially Blue's been around even longer. And he's probably heard the same arguments thousands of times.
Are you picking on Blue's age again?
No, he's just been around a lot longer than most.
Exactly.
I remember when Blue started.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, but but that is the annoying part, because you've now got the likes of Flatsoid, who's just regurgitating A, what people said 3, 4, 5 years ago, and B, what they're still saying now, and he's just blindly repeating it and thinking he's got a valid point, because and none of them will, well, with the possible exception maybe of Rachie within the last day or two, none of them will argue with a fellow flat earther. They will all go, yeah, good point, well presented, yeah. When you actually think, what? How can you agree with that? It's utterly absurd.
Oh, that's a new one, Elmi.
So.
A new one.
Oh, has Rachie been arguing with flat earthers? Is she?
Rachie, I'm sure. I mean, I can't find it. I'm on my phone. It's too bloody difficult. But
don't do that. No.
She put a reply up to Flatsoid where he's saying that pressure is a force, and she's saying, well, you can alter pressure without altering the force, because pressure isn't a force; it's a measure of force over an area.
That's where all that came from.
Pressure, pressure doesn't equal force. Yes, pressure is a force, but it's a measure of force over a given area. It's not force. The equation isn't pressure equals force. And he's trying to maintain it isn't. Even Raichi said you can alter the pressure without altering the force, and you can alter the force without altering the pressure. Therefore, pressure doesn't equal force. And that's coming from Raichi 5.0.
Nice.
Yeah. So she is, I think, about the only one I've seen so far that sort of said, no, hang on a minute, you might actually be wrong here, because they're all just parroting each other and going, oh yeah, because Kiri says pressure's a force, and everybody else says pressure's a force, and Flat's always come along and done a video saying that obviously pressure's a force because there's force involved, yeah, but pressure doesn't equal force.
Oh, they're all being lemmings for QE as usual. Then,
yeah, you can usually trace it back to one. These things usually come from one or two people. A lot of the time, it is idiot over in Thailand, but sometimes, most of the time, it is idiot called QE, and you can trace it back to one or two people, and they'll all just faithfully parrot and repeat it because they don't like arguing with each other.
Farmer. I said farmer.
Yes.
Go back to work.
Do you not know this difference, MC?
I will when the ductwork balance.
Do you not know the difference between add as a calculation and add the word add?
Oh my gosh!
Because right at this point,
it
seems you don't.
Well, I think this is a perfect time to just highlight. This is sometimes where unfortunately these conversations go, and they get into very semantic, pedantic points in which you're not really making any progress as far as what's actually going on in reality and what we're trying to achieve. You know what I mean? A lot of people just think it's all fun and games, and they just
it is.
It is. I get, people like to have fun. You know what I mean? We all want to have fun, but there is an overall meaning to all this.
Absolutely. And at the moment, MC's bought nothing.
Oh, I did bring a measurement, but it included calculations in the measurement. Yep, a measurement with calculations. So, do you think that there's any error? Can you point to any errors?
Calculation to reify your belief system?
No, reification. I never claimed to live on the model. I never claimed to. Why do you keep saying? Why do you keep saying reification? I never once claimed to live on the model. So, could you point out any
on an oblate spheroid?
Yes, the Earth is an oblate spheroid. That is a claim of fact. Yes,
that's not a fact at all.
Yeah, it certainly is. So, do you have any errors?
Show us some proof. Show us some proof of your claim.
Yeah, I did. I mean, I showed you the measurements, but you didn't like it.
You showed calculations.
Calculations with measurements. Yes. When I say measurements, I include all measurements have calculations, except for very few. So when I say measurements, please understand that I include calculations inside that measurement. Okay,
and
so when I say that in the future, don't strawman me in the future by demanding that my word for measurement doesn't include calculations, okay?
Are therefore not first order measurements, to be clear.
There are such a thing as first order measurements, yes.
And your claimed measurements are not first order measurements.
That's correct, yes, they are.
That's correct.
They include calculations.
They are calculations,
yes.
Exactly.
Excellent, fine. Yeah. All right. So, did you find any errors in my measurements with calculations?
Of your man-made constructed latitude and longitude lines around your reified sphere belief?
I'll take that as a no. Okay. Let's move on to your evidence that you did not present yet. Your turn.
Well, I mean, the word was that you were speaking over me when I was presenting. So.
Right, good. Go ahead.
Maybe even 3DP. So.
Right. Say that again.
Just go ahead. Just go ahead. Did you have any first order measurements of the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, a surveyor and engineer of 30 years published in the Birmingham Weekly Mercury stated, I am thoroughly acquainted with the theory and practice of civil engineering. However bigoted some of our professors may be in the theory of surveying according to the prescribed rules, yet it is well known amongst us that such theoretical measurements are incapable of any practical illustration.
We'll do a bit of a jump to get through this bit. I think they present. I know where we're going with this one.
I gave a video, and he said that horizontal plane is at a point.
Yeah, I'd be glad to talk about that. So a horizontal plane is tangent to the surface of a sphere at only one point. A horizontal line or a straight line is tangent to the surface of a circle at just a single point. That's Euclid's Book 3, Proposition 18, and then extended to 3 dimensions. You can do the same thing for a sphere or
so you're assuming a circle.
I wasn't done.
You're assuming the circle.
All right. Well,
going back to
go ahead.
The surveyors. Going back to the surveying. There is on my screen. It's the Panama Canal, I believe. Survey data for the Panama Canal. As you can see, it's an elevation profile with a horizontal baseline and vertical rises and falls perpendicular to that horizontal baseline.
Okay.
Now,
and
this is survey data. It gives you a scale here and gives you a distance. So all survey data is done this way.
Okay. Could you
there
please,
is no curvature there.
Could you please state the datum that this is referenced to, please?
That would be mean sea level.
Yes, but the datum. There's actually a datum. Can you specify the datum that this is referenced to?
Well, it does have a horizontal line called Pacific Ocean, so it might be referenced to mean sea level, which is just the same because if mean sea level is curved, then it's a curved datum.
It's got another one there that says Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah, well,
see, and it's on the same plane.
Surveyors reference to datums. Surveyors
Yeah,
reference to datums. Just tell me the name of the datum that they use, then we can look it up and see what that datum is. Go ahead.
Well, there you go. It's there. You do your own legwork.
Well, I can tell you that that is probably could be NAD 38. Is that right? 20.
You tell us it could be probably.
Well, I don't know. I mean, you're the one that brought it, but don't know the actual datum of the thing that you're talking about. Which, of course, by the way, none of those measurements are first-order measurements. So, by your standard of evidence, they're not allowed. But I'll allow them. I'm fine with that.
How can you claim that? How can you claim
surveyors,
that?
Surveyors don't do.
Were you there taking the measurements?
Surveyors don't do first-order measurements. They do.
Yes, they do.
No, they do calculations, which you reject.
You
don't allow calculations.
Measurements.
Which include calculation. Don't you know that? It includes calculations.
Let's have a...
Oh, here we go. He's going to go again.
They measure angles.
Here's another one. Here's another
what
one.
Datum? What datum? Before we get to it, what datum is this reference to?
Here's another one. The Grand Erie Canal. Okay. Again, a horizontal baseline and vertical measurement at perpendicular to that horizontal baseline.
Okay, and what datum?
You work it out for yourself.
That's your claim. Your claim.
You asked me for measurement.
And you have not provided.
He brings something that he wants as evidence, and then you want.
Yeah, well, it's one of two possibilities. Either A, he doesn't know what the datum they used is, or B, and I suspect this is true, he knows full well what the datum is, but he doesn't. It doesn't suit his narrative, so he doesn't want to give that answer.
You mean he's cherry-picked something without looking into it?
I'm going to go with your former explanation rather than the...
What, that he doesn't know what the datum that they used actually
Oh, no,
is.
sorry, the other way around. The
Yeah,
prior.
I think he's well aware. He's well aware of what their datum is, but it doesn't suit his argument. So that's why he said to MC2, "Oh no, you go and find out. I'm presenting my evidence, but I'm only giving you half of it, and you can't have the." Oh shit! I'm going to have to do a DP voice, aren't I? You're going to have to go and do the rest of my homework for me. Thank you very much, because I don't like what it says, so I'm not going to tell you.
So, what should be the answer, for an example, for what the datum would be, if he's bringing evidences like this into it?
I think this one in particular isn't the datum the mean sea level. and this is just showing elevation above that. So, like the argument goes, when you go on Google Earth and do an elevation profile, the baseline's always flat. Yeah, because they're doing that from mean sea level and they're showing elevation above that datum. So yes, it will be a flat line. Yeah. Doesn't mean to say it's actually flat. No. But it's the datum looks like a flat line because it's showing elevation above that datum.
Right.
In real life, that datum's curved.
Yeah.
But they don't show that on the elevation profile.
Not quite right, but close. A datum is a defined line, not just sea level.
You're wrong, farmer.
There's no
Jimbo said you're wrong, farmer.
There's no datum.
But a datum can be curved. What means sea level?
Oh yeah.
That's what they work
right.
on.
But when he says, but it's not. The datum may be based on mean sea level, but a datum is defined. So you'll have a particular datum usually supplied by some sort of survey body or some national body, or even the project itself may establish their own datum.
Yep.
But it will be a datum that's calculated, but it won't be something like sea level. It'll be something like Toon was trying to say. Where if Panama, the one that they're looking at now is probably going to be the USA national datum system.
Oh, this one. I can't remember which one this was.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is when he's referring to a datum, it's an actual reference line.
It's a single
defined.
Point.
Yeah, sorry, Blue can probably get it. My
it's a single point. Yeah, and that's the Erie Canal. That would be referenced to right now anyway. It would be referenced to the North American vertical datum, which is established actually up in Canada.
Because otherwise,
and it's used all over the U.S., all over North America.
Because if you don't define the datum, how do you know the next surveyor is going to pick up the same starting point?
Correct. That's why one of the reasons you need a datum in the first place.
Yeah, that datum is just a point.
Yeah,
1 point, and you carry that point everywhere you go.
Yes.
You find all the other points that are at the same gravitational potential as that point.
But yeah, they're just clarifying that you just don't say sea level because that's not the datum that will be used. It may be based on sea level, but it won't be the datum.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. They'll actually nominate it. In Australia, we use AHD, which is Australian height datum.
There you go. And it's different everywhere you go.
Yeah.
Every country's got one of its own.
I think one of the difficulties for us in the UK is that our standard mapping datum is actually mean sea level at Newlyn.
Yep.
Yeah, but it'll have a name. It'll be defined. I'll have to look it up, but it'll have your surveying authorities will have some reference for it.
Yeah, there's an actual physical point there someplace that it references.
It's a metal thing stuck in the seawall in Newlyn Harbour.
Yeah, there's a monument somewhere that's permanent.
But there'll also be documentation about that monument, and Alan, which will say where it is, how it relates to the world and the globe, and what spheroid it might be using, and blah blah blah, so that anyone who transfers that along has something to work to. Well, unless you're pretty close to it, then you don't have to worry about you transferring it. But if you go 200 kilometers inland, you've got to have to pick up another point that has referenced that datum at some point, or a series of points that have used that to get to the level. That's the ridiculous thing about the guy trying to, running away from the first order measurement on the Panama Canal. What did he think? Some guy's got a pole that's how big's the Panama Canal? I think it's got 1,000 meters or something rather. I can't remember what it goes. A pole that's tall that they stand on one shore and can see the height difference as they go along. That's not how it works. Of course, they're going to have to do calculations to measure the levels.
Here they are.
You've not provided the full information.
You asked me for measurements.
Okay, well, I can tell you that it is the Great Lakes
baseline.
Yeah, I'll tell you it's the Great Lakes datum.
Vertical measurements.
A 3DP, that's the Great Lakes datum, which is an ellipsoid.
You claim.
No. That's what this survey is referenced to, the Great Lakes datum.
And a horizontal baseline with vertical measurements perpendicular to that horizontal.
Yeah, again, it is referenced to the Great Lakes datum,
which is an ellipsoid. Reification of your spheroid model.
It's your measurement. It's your measurement.
Calculations.
This
again. These are the actual physical
measurements. So you brought it up, and then you dismiss your own measurements as because this measurements. It's your dismissal of your own measurements because it's a reification.
I'm not dismissing anything.
As you said, this is referenced to the Great Lakes datum. The elevation data is referenced to an ellipsoid.
Let me step in real quick. Or actually, let Jason step in because he was about to step in.
Yeah, sorry guys, I'm doing my best. Yeah, I was just going to say, like, try and talk one at a time. You know, let him speak a tune, please, and then you can respond to him, like, you know. Carry on, Dick, please.
I'm not dismissing anything. This is a horizontal baseline and vertical perpendiculars to that horizontal baseline. All measurements.
And what is that datum reference to? Go ahead.
Oh, you work it out for yourself.
That's your claim. Why do I need to support your claim? Why do I have to be the one that...
Why have we got to do their legwork when they're trying to bring their evidence in?
Yeah, well, it's a classic do your own research chum thing. You know, it's...
Yeah. Problem is, if you do your own research, you ain't a flat earther.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay. I know they did get onto another subject, but I can't remember where it was.
Just for reference, the British apparently use the ordnance datum, Newland. Yeah.
Yes, that's the mean sea level at Newland, Cornwall.
Yeah. So if it refers to ODN, that's what it's referring to. So if anyone wants to know.
And DP did actually reference that earlier on, but he got it the wrong way round. He said it was down in the southeast. Yeah, he's on the wrong side of the country. It's in the southwest. Well, actually, it's the West Country, but so bless him, he doesn't even know his own bloody country. What a surprise! You won't find Cornwall in the southeast. You might find Kent, but not Cornwall.
No, definitely not. I had grandparents lived in Cornwall. I pretty think I know it wasn't in the southeast.
Yeah,
pretty
I've
sure
been to Cornwall once, and we definitely didn't. We definitely didn't go to the southeast. That's how long the bloody drive.
Yeah.
You've got a really good. Sorry, just looking into that ordinance, you've got this really great well for keeping track of the tidal flow.
Oh yeah.
Check the MSL all the time. Cool. I don't think we've got that.
Here we go.
We'll just go out and measure the tide.
Yeah. What's it look like?
I think this might be it.
Some poor person's got to go and measure the tide every day. High water mark and low water mark.
Oh, McTone, well said. Measurements are empirical. Calculations are not.
So, yeah, I don't know how you could have a calculation that was strictly... You need some data source.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, so he's suggesting speed, but even to measure speed, you need to also measure the time and the distance.
Those are empirical.
Those would be the empirical part, and then you can calculate your speed. But that's not strictly calculations, because the measurement of the speed or the time and the distance was an actual
strictly
measurement.
And if you want to look on my screen again, Tone, there's another elevation profile there. Gives you loads of details that you can go and have a look at. It even gives you the date there, 1831. Look
Very
at that.
nice.
Again, horizontal baseline.
Well, yeah, what the actual the baseline is in question. So you saying it's a horizontal baseline doesn't make it a horizontal baseline. You would want to actually have the baseline that the surveyors use. So what was that?
All surveying is done using a horizontal baseline. Do you not know this?
You keep repeating that mantra, but could you actually show them?
Not know?
Yeah,
Do you not know this?
You keep repeating that mantra, but can you show that is actually how surveyors do their work, please?
Do you not know this?
I have several surveying books, and they disagree with you. So you're going to need that.
Several surveying books.
Yeah. So
well
could
done.
you show?
Have you actually been out in the fields and used a theodolite?
I'm just saying I've read in the book, and the books do not agree with you. So could you maybe support your claim with some evidence? Like a citation.
How exactly do they not agree?
Go ahead.
They don't agree with him how?
Yeah, they talk about ellipsoids being their datum.
Yeah, is that an added calculation?
When they set up a theodolite, they're setting up a baseline that's an ellipsoid.
No, they're referencing it to it. Yeah, they're referencing to
as a calculation. As a calculation,
Yeah.
how were the first order measurements done?
For surveying, they use chains.
That's the first order these days. We're not talking about the 1900s. If you look at my screen, now, this is a illustration taken from a surveying website, and it demonstrates exactly how surveying is done using a horizontal and the perpendicular to that horizontal. So, McChain, can you give a demonstration of where surveying is done using an ellipsoid?
Sure.
Or whether the ellipsoid is a calculation afterwards.
Yeah, let me pull that up.
So, do you disagree that all first order measurements are taken from a horizontal baseline?
Well, where is the first order measurement here?
In this illustration, being measured. There you go.
How?
It's the height from in this case the riverbed.
Yes. Okay. So that's the height. Is the first order.
The first order measurement. Yeah.
Got it. So that's the only first order measurement in that.
And this process is repeated again and again and again.
Yeah, the height.
But what's the surveyor?
But what's the surveyor doing?
Talk through me.
But I'm asking, what's the surveyor doing?
Using a process called foresight and backsight differential leveling.
And there's no calculations in that.
No.
Well, you add one number to another number or
so there is only to
get the differential in the height. The actual measurement.
It's not a first order measurement according to you.
The actual measurement is first order.
So it's not
a differential.
I'm adding things up, but it's not calculation.
Is a calculation.
Yeah. So they didn't. So surveyors, according to you, don't do measurements because you only allow non-calculations and measurements.
What's this? This is a first order measurement. This man here is a surveyor. This man here is a rod man.
Yeah.
This surveyor is taking a first order measurement. Which bit of this don't you understand?
But he's not. He's measuring an angle and doing math. Things that you don't allow. You don't allow math in measurements.
Auto levels don't measure angles. Don't you know that?
Yes, I do know that. It measures.
You are severely lacking in information here.
I just said that I do know that auto levels don't measure angles.
So why did you bring angles into it?
Because you're adding and subtracting.
A minute more of this open arguing.
You're adding
and another question.
All right, you're adding and subtracting, and therefore doing calculations. Therefore, by your measurement, your standard of evidence, not allowed and not a first order measurement.
Each foresight and backsight is a first order measurement. The calculation comes in to differentiate
So when they do the entire survey, there's a lot of calculations. Got it.
Well, and in that vein, when I point my theodolite at a target, there's an actual physical glass disc in there with millions of tiny little metal fingers on it, and actual optical sensors actually count those physical little fingers moving by. So I'm actually taking a first order measurement of that angle before it gets converted into degrees and feet and whatever it gets converted into. The actual primary measurement, the basic measurement in the instrument, is first order.
Is still an angle, which is the inclination between two straight lines.
But the measurement itself is first order. Are you saying the fact that I apply math to it afterwards to get the end result as what actually invalidates it, because that makes it not first order because I applied math to my first order measurement?
The angle measurement Yeah, that is a first order measurement. Yeah.
Okay, boys, I know you got lots more to say about it, but you've got to go on to the next question, and that's from Ibromingo.
Yeah.
And you would need to calculate for every part of the atmosphere.
I don't know what they got onto after that. I'll do a jump.
Nerd Alan made a good point actually, which is true. He says, if you assume a spheroid, then use measurements to confirm it. The Flurf says presupposition. If you do a measurement, then derive the spheroid, the Flurf says calculation.
Yeah.
It's really true, actually. Yeah. Absolutely. You can't win either way.
Yeah. Very deliberate on their part.
I think we'll jump
absolutely.
there.
Horizontal plane. So you've just added a third point to that plane. Well done.
If I could just interrupt for a second and ask our panelists to stop interacting with each other. We've had a good heated debate, but we have 30 people here trying to get at both of you.
I'll be done with
Thank you, guys.
Is it a water level or water horizontal?
Level is horizontal.
No, it's not. Level is not horizontal.
That's a
There's
plane.
synonymous. That's above plane.
Oh, I know that voice.
All I've ever
utilized
a water level for is to establish points of equal elevation to like build a deck or level a trailer or something like that. Yeah.
And all those points are in the same plane.
I think this is
Otherwise, your deck
Yeah,
wouldn't be
sure.
level. Otherwise, your deck wouldn't be level.
How big is your deck?
And that plane, that plane would be tangent to the surface, right?
That's your claim.
And left lane, how
No.
big is your deck? Is it like miles big? You know?
No, I went about 30 feet, and then I went
30
around the
feet.
corner.
Yeah, and
about 10 feet
even
past the corner.
even McToon said that the water levels you can move them as far as you want
As
in
long
the
as you
plane.
remain within that plane, yeah.
In the plane,
Yeah, that-
you can move the
plane
ends
was
of
moving
the water
far
level
enough.
as far as
You're
you want.
missing-
But
you're
if you move
misunderstanding what
those
he said.
far
You
enough.
You can move the
If
water
you
levels
move
in the plane, but if you move the water level so that the water
that's
stays
what I
level,
put
you're
in.
actually not in the plane. You're dropping
Oh,
below
no,
the
that was
plane.
Well, the plane would dissect the surface.
Well, that's your claim.
No, that's exactly what
Tune-
happens. It's a water
tune-
level, not a water
tune-
horizontal.
Yeah, level and horizontal are the same thing.
No, they're not.
synonymous.
That's a claim.
Well, that's
No,
your
no,
claim.
they're not.
That's your claim, sure.
No,
That's
it's your
more than a
claim.
That's a proof.
Your claim. That level.
Is that
horizontal
Bev
is
with a
your
with
claim.
a with a
But
voice
you
changer?
With no
you
measurements.
demonstrated
Sounds
that-
like
evidence.
it.
Wrong.
Yeah, of course, Tune. You're
Where's the
You're wrong.
where's Farmer when we need him?
You're wrong.
But level is. How's that?
Oh, wait.
Do you feel is that what you wanted? Do you feel better now?
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Farmer.
Thanks,
Thank
Farmer.
you very much.
Right, that's what I'm reduced to, just being a Bev impersonator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I've got to hear that at least once a week. So thanks very much.
I'm going to try and work on DP because DP's an equally annoying voice.
Yeah.
You can go back to
I'm
work
getting fed
now,
up.
Farmer.
You're the one that's just
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
said that a
I
water
just had a
level
phone call.
Oh, okay.
establishes a horizontal plane no matter how far the distance between the two ends of the water
Yeah,
level.
you misunderstood.
Well
Yes.
done.
Yeah, it's
But
straw
no,
man.
Well
you
done,
can't
too.
move-
Excellent.
But
You don't
can't
win by
move
straw
them.
manning. Yeah.
It
You
was
lose
a
by
straw
straw
man.
manning. Yeah,
Verbatim.
It was. Yeah. Definitely straw
Verbatim.
man. How can you be?
misunderstand
Yeah,
what
exactly.
We can rewind
That's
the recording
absolutely
and
it.
listen to you again, Tune, because that's exactly what you said.
Right,
Maybe
if
we
you
should say-
if you move the ends of the water level such that the water stays within the same plane, that is not demonstrating either the Earth is flat or is curved.
And how do you propose to do that?
That happens on both scenarios, a flat and a curved Earth. That
How
can
do you
occur.
How do you propose to move the water, keeping it in the same plane indefinitely on your ball?
Easy.
It's not proposing to
What?
do it. He's just
Yeah.
stating that that's what would happen
Because-
if you were.
Well, it can't be done. In other words, is what you're saying.
Because level is not horizontal.
Why can it not be done?
By
Because now you're
Toon
making the claim
saying,
that it
Yeah.
cannot be done.
by Toon saying
There's
that
those
the
images I
water
put in.
level, ends of the water level can be moved
One down the
anywhere
bottom there,
within
Deb's
that
test.
plane at any distance. Well done, Toon.
That's not what he said. You
yeah,
That
misinterpreted
is
what he said once
exactly what
again.
he said.
You
Yep,
misinterpreted what he said once again.
That is
He said you
exactly
could
what he
extend.
said.
He said you could extend the water levels and come up with a plane. He didn't say that the plane would
Why-
always be with.
Why are you white knighting for him, Shell?
Because you misunderstand what he's saying, and
No,
you're
I didn't.
purposely. Yes, you did.
No, I
Because
didn't.
he's not saying what you're saying. The water level, it means you establish a level, not horizontal. These are two separate concepts. They have different words for a reason. Do we call it a
According
water
to
level?
you.
Do we have no? Wait, hold on a second. Level, is that a different word than horizontal or not?
And according to you, they got two different
Well, they do. If you look in the
meanings.
dictionary,
Yeah, they do.
Yeah,
There's
if you look
two
in the
different
dictionary, if you look in the dictionary,
reason for beings.
if you look
They
in the
are
dictionary,
synonymous.
God, Google them. They have different definitions. Look at them. They are not the same effing word.
No, they're not the same words. Well done.
Great, excellent. So they have
Great
different
observation
definitions.
skills there, Shield.
Great, excellent. Now, do
Great
they have different?
observation
No,
skills.
do they have different definitions or not?
Level being in a plane parallel to the horizon. How about that
No.
one?
How about level establishing to the curved surface of the earth, of the ocean?
Where's that? You show that definition.
Sure.
Oh, it's in the chat right now.
Merriam-Webster.
I'm not looking at the chat because you just get a
well,
load of
take a
monkey
gander.
trolls in there.
Earth's Life posted it for one.
So are we permitted?
Webster's dictionary.
Are we permitted, DP, to use words that have the meaning we wish them to have? The word haven't mean what I would care. Yes. So you're saying yes? Yes? Is that a yes?
Who's that person?
That was Brenda, wasn't it?
Yeah, Brenda made it go a bit
like
sideways there.
Well, that's what Brenda does usually.
Yeah. With the bullshit.
Yeah,
I'm ignoring him because he's run away like a little.
This is
was
misgendering me earlier, and I got over it though.
Okay, I'm getting words and have them mean what we wish. Like, can we use level and just say that when I use level, I just mean a surface that is equidistant from the center of the Earth or whatever? Can we do that?
If that's your make believe, then Brenda.
Can I do that? Oh, so that's a yes. That's a yes.
If that's your make believe, feel free, Brenda.
So that's a yes.
You can make believe whatever you like to reify your belief system. I don't care.
No, I don't.
Brenda.
I tried to put an image in the side chat.
Why
but I
are
was
you
too
going
late.
into the weeds,
What does it
Brenda?
mean?
And I was going to jump in on them about level. Might have been a bit further on. And I put a comment in as well. Yeah, I don't know how far on it was.
Cretan Ball, who's been a member for 35 months, says, wow, flat earth foiled by math we teach to 13-year-olds. Indeed. Tim Pryor. To be fair, isn't flat earth a man-made construct? These silly, silly people. It is. And they don't think that. They think it's the glorious is how it really is. Whatever. Stringers 1 says, sir is the new bro. You're correct, sir. Tim Pryor again comes in and says, MC Toon, how do I log into your channel? Because it keeps saying it's invalid. Oh, in my Discord server. So Discord gives, and I'm not going to do it right now because I'd have to leave the screen here, but Discord gives you an unexpiring link that expires. So I put it in my thing and then it expires. So could someone give a link
yeah,
to
that's
him?
blinking annoying. It's stupid. It
to my
says
Discord
it
server?
doesn't expire, but
I think
it does
it's open.
expire.
Anybody can do it.
Yeah.
I could put it in the
Fucking
chat.
annoying.
So the Sun Express says measurements are impossible without
I mean,
calculation.
if you get it pretty
How does
quick
one measure
that
square
day
feet?
or
Stop
whatever.
using this trope.
I don't know how long
Yeah,
it
so
takes.
then he did get into first
It's
order
the link you can give your own
and
Discord,
second-
and you can set it. You like expire within a certain time. It could be a day or 2 days or a week or a month or whatever. But and then you can select doesn't expire. And then you put it, because I've done that as well, because I used to put that in my videos in the early days, and then eventually somebody some months down the line said, oh, that link you gave me is expired. And really?
Okay, you have to put a new one in.
Yeah, and you have to put a new one in. So it's stupid.
Yeah, that's me with the wheel. I put a wheel in.
Oh, is that you with the wheel?
Yeah.
What are you putting that there for?
Well, I did. I put the description in above it. I can't
read it.
I can't read that from here.
Nah, don't worry. It doesn't matter. Just curious.
But they're using the wheel as an analogy for the level.
Oh.
the outer diameter of the tyre has to be level with the rim. Otherwise, the wheel would be out of balance or out of round.
So therefore, they're not horizontal.
That's where level comes into something like for something that's curved.
Yeah. Therefore, it is not horizontal.
Yeah.
Well,
I wanted to throw that one in on them, but I didn't get a chance to.
It's a term much understood in surveying, yet these idiots haven't got a clue about surveying. But they'll go out and play with an auto level and a rod, but they really haven't got the first idea what they're actually doing.
Yeah.
Because they're not trained and qualified surveyors.
Oh well, we'll finish it up there anyway. I think we get the gist of it. That was my first experience. That was my first experience from that channel with Toon over there.
That's the one that DP keeps inviting me to watch his presentations. I mean, he slags me off every chance he gets, and then he invites me to go and watch a presentation. It's like, no, why on earth would I do that? I don't.
I'm gonna drop into that one every now and again when I think of it.
No, I'm quite happy not to be a member of that Discord server.
Okay.
Which Discord is that anyway?
The one I told you about. The one I DM'd you to.
Oh, that was that one. Yeah.
That's that one.
Yeah, it's a strange place.
Yes,
yeah, my apologies for talking through the penultimate moment. Lou was quite right in telling me off to shut up and not bloody talk over it.
Particularly as you're giving spoilers for the event, and then
no, that was Alan. No, that was Alan.
That was Alan.
That was Alan.
It wasn't me.
That.
I hadn't seen it. I didn't know.
I wanted that bit to come out and surprise everyone, and Alan's telling us, giving us a spoiler alert.
Yeah, that's why I was carefully avoiding what it actually was. Yeah. Never mind.
No, it's all good. It all worked out in the long run.
Can you see how busy I am?
Yeah, you're really busy. You're really busy.
Picking your fingernails.
Problem was, I was waiting for the ductwork balances to come. They're not going to be here for another 2 or 3 hours. So I said, stuff that. Just send me the results.
You're not going to wait around then for that?
No, I bloody well ain't. No, I've got better things to do than that. It's going to take me 2.5 hours to get home anyway. So, no, I'm waiting for the controls guys to come back because the electricians had to do something. They've got to come back and demonstrate something. And then it's like, right, fine, I can go home now. So, it's the nature of these jobs. It's a lot of waiting around for the right people to do the right things. And they go, look, if I press this button and flick this switch, yeah, right, tick that off the sheet.
Yes.
You have to be patient.
Then flick the button and the back door pops off.
Patient? What's that word? Patient? What does that do then?
Yeah, it's something you have to learn when you're doing this job.
Yeah, no, I have no patience at all.
That's why I got the sort of gone midday and then phoned somebody up and said, so where are the ductwork balances then? Yeah, about that. Oh, all right then. They're down in Peckham. And then they've got to get up here, so... No, you're fine. Do what you got to do, and then just send me the results.
Helmick says, "Farmer, you're sitting in the passenger seat." No, we drive on the correct side of the vehicle, don't we, Farmer?
Exactly.
I am on the right hand. I can tell it's not the passenger seat because look, there's a steering wheel.
There's a round thing there, yeah.
On the side, it's meant to be on.
Yeah, exactly.
Right hand side. Yeah.
You ever sat in a car with a steering wheel on the other side, Farmer?
I have driven a couple of left hook because I had for a birthday present. It was a rally experience, and there was a little Peugeot 206 or something, but that was a left-hand drive. That was quite weird. You do soon quickly adjust to the fact that you've now got to reach for the gear lever with your right hand and not your left. If you use your left hand, you just smack the door. Yeah.
John Rapp wants to ask you a question, Farmers, and he says, but is the ductwork horizontal?
Yes, Farmer.
Some of it is. Some of it isn't because it's not supposed to be.
Doesn't have to be. The vertical ones, it's apparently not horizontal.
There is vertical ductwork, there is horizontal ductwork, and there's also ductwork at an angle because the roof's at an angle.
But are they level as well?
A level with what?
Exactly.
The light tracks are parallel to the floor. I can tell you that much.
Is the floor
It's
level?
a shame that not all of them as level as any floor gets of that size. Yeah.
There is a floor level. It is a floor level. Two different questions.
Well,
yes.
Farmers,
That's
it's
a
good to
problem.
see
Yeah.
that- It's good to see you're not under a lot of force today.
No, not today. Not only that, but there doesn't seem to be much pressure either.
No
Yeah,
force,
not
no
today.
pressure.
Yeah, because of course they're the same thing, aren't they? If you're an idiot, pressure is a force.
Yeah, I can't believe those idiots that pick that hill to die on. That's crazy.
Yeah, but we've said that before about other hills that they've picked to die on, haven't we? Where you say, "Oh, come on, I mean that's just ridiculous," and it's almost like, "Hold my beer, wait for this one." Crazy. Gosh, it's a hard life.
Yeah, somebody brought out a video called "Pressure is a Force." What?
Yes. Yes,
well,
he did.
Yeah, we're going to watch that later. No spoiler alerts.
What's Timbo showing?
We'll watch that after.
That come through. Just putting a quiz up, but I can stop that. I'm just
No, that's the the right time.
Just trying to manage my single screen, which is very difficult because I usually put stuff everywhere.
You doing any calculations?
Yeah. Okay. How the hell I get that up? Where's that gone?
Yeah, it's just not showing anything at the moment. It just says sharing, but I can't see anything.
No,
it's not actually coming up, is it?
Hang on. Let me try something. Stop shooting for a sec. What are you doing, you stupid program?
Oh, I like that one for Paul, Terminal Velociraptor.
And we have to excuse Timbo for being a bit handicapped today because he's not using his correct devices to use your usual devices.
Yeah, same here. I'm on my bloody phone. Well, I suppose in theory my laptop is in the bag in the boot. I could get that out and boot that up, but
You're not using 5G, are you?
No, my phone isn't 5G enabled.
That's okay. So you're not gonna fry to a crisp then. You'll be all right.
You mean you can't get out of your car, walk around to the boot, get something out, to get back in the car?
Well, what's the point when I'm on when my phone's working?
Oh, okay.
And then I'd have to I'd probably have to do what I did in the hotel last night and turn my phone into a mobile hotspot and link my laptop through that, blah blah blah, because their free Wi-Fi was shit. Never seen anything so slow. Oh, I got free Wi-Fi. Yeah, shame it's crap.
Yeah.
It was almost as slow as the old 56k modems and the blue progress bar of death.
It's probably only good to make a phone call through it.
Probably so. I did actually measure it. I think it was doing 4 megabits download. I thought, right, I used my phone and that shot straight up to 25. So I thought, right, that would do. And I've got so much data allowance on my phone. There was no risk of exceeding it.
My missus keeps when she goes to what do you call it for your phone each month you got to
renew.
Yeah, renew the thing.
Yeah,
you put credit in it or whatever you call it.
Recharge.
I save the data from month to month as much as I can.
Oh right, she's on a monthly subscription.
Yeah, on my phone when she goes to do it when it's due, I like to pay for it before it runs out because the data doesn't roll over.
Oh right, gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, I'm on a SIM-free contract, so I just pay a flat rate every month.
Oh, okay.
And I get unlimited calls, unlimited texts, and I think I'm on 25 gigs of data a month. I don't come anywhere near that. I mean, last night in the hotel, I might have used 1.5 gigs of data, a gig of data, but come the end of the month, I won't have used half of that,
Yeah, I'm the same.
And that was a deliberate thing. I wanted to make sure I'd got, more data than I'd ever need, so I don't have to worry about it. Like I say, free calls, free text. So you just pay the flat rate every month and forget about it,
I lied. It does roll over if it's paid for by the due date. Because I'm on,
Gotcha.
I've got 8.5 gig now. I've had that up to 20, 30 gig, and it's left for the next one day. So I better go and get that sorted. Otherwise, I'm going to lose that 8 gig, and I don't want to do that. So I'll just go and give that to the boss.
Yes, Timbo, it is.
Good, just checking. Terry can put me over whenever.
Yeah, I'm just getting rid of my phone. I'll get it back in a second. Well, it says it's got 1 day left, so I thought.
Now, I didn't get to spend as much time, so unfortunately they're not as twisted test of torture as usual.
Oh no! What a shame.
So rather than going for my usual quality questions, I just thought I'd go for quantity. So I've got about 90 questions.
Christ.
That's okay. So what I'm planning to do is that I'll go through them pretty quickly. And some are hard, some are easy.
So what's going to be different this time, Timbo?
The torture is going to be that you're going to have to answer very quickly because I'm going to give you about 30 seconds to answer each question.
Oh.
Well, it's about 90 of them.
What?
So, 30 seconds.
You got 90 questions.
90?
No, I don't think we can do that.
89.
That might be a bit excessive.
Yeah, that's a bit excessive.
We could stop.
Timbo.
We could stop halfway.
Stop halfway. Yeah, halfway's a bit much.
Let's see how it goes.
Yeah,
that's what I say. Yeah, let's go to 3 and see how it works.
They're not that hard. Okay, let's start. Will we start? Let's see how we go. We'll get through the first 10.
Well, you're the what do you call it?
Okay, what does DNA stand for?
Don't know, Alan.
Don't know. Next question.
Don't know.
I ain't typing that out on my phone. Stuff that.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Somebody else can do it.
Yeah, I'm not going to try to Google. I'm not going
to
Google that one. It's not worth it.
Yeah, Paul's got the correct answer.
Stands for National Dyslexics Association.
Yeah, that's
it. Can you say that out for me? Because can you say that because there's no way I'm going to say that one.
Oh no.
Paul, can you say that answer, please?
Oh, deoxyribonucleic acid.
That's
Thank
the one.
you. Yep, that's the one.
That's
okay,
the one.
Next.
I was going to
try typing that out.
I was going to say that.
How many bones in the human body?
Oh,
Too many.
Okay, I'll take a punt at that. I can't remember exactly.
Sorry about that.
There is
What
no
age?
correct answer, by the way.
Yeah, what age?
Yeah. What? Male or female?
Within 20. Let's do that. So if you say 100, you're wrong. If you say 212, that's good enough for me.
Thank you.
200's good enough for me.
Okay.
Okay, next. What concept was gravity discovered by? Come on.
Oh, yeah.
I said some would be easy. I said some would be easy.
Hey, Timbo, I can't type that fast.
Okay, we got a correct answer. Newton. Okay. I said it was going to be torture, but by quantity, not by
but I can't
quality.
type fast.
That's
You're
all right.
have to learn, dear boy.
I'm going to have to say it out loud.
You could say your answer, that's fine.
Okay.
I'll live with that. If people can keep track of
Diamond.
What have I missed?
Diamonds are forever.
Diamonds are forever. Okay, next one. What's the main gas that makes up this atmosphere?
Nitrogen.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, what Blue said.
What human chimpanzees? Yep, that's right. Humans and chimpanzees share roughly how much DNA?
98.
Depends on how long they've known each other.
Yeah, that one was
that one's correct. Next.
Was it something like 40% or something, isn't it? Or something?
98%.
98.
Oh, no, no, right.
Yeah,
Well,
I was right.
more. Okay.
Hey,
Way
mate,
out.
I got that one right.
What is Terry said that. What is the most abundant gas in the Earth's atmosphere?
Nitrogen.
Nitrogen. Yeah, we already had that one.
I thought we said nitrogen.
Yeah, we had that was the same as number 5. Like you got the same question.
No, he's doing an Eric Dubé. He's 200 questions.
Yeah,
There's
the 200 proofs or whatever it is.
Yeah.
There's only 5 separate questions.
Roughly how long does it take for the sun's light to reach the Earth?
8 minutes.
A bit over 8 minutes.
Yeah.
Yep, there we go. What's famous physicist wrote A Brief History of Time?
Oh, what's his name? Stephen Hawking.
Stephen Hawking, that's right. At what temperature are Celsius and Fahrenheit equal? I did this the other day.
-40.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Next lot. What Monday country was Marie Curie born in?
France.
Right. Hang on, I just got to check the questions. I wish I had another. I'm pretty sure. Actually, she was born in Poland.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be right.
Yeah. Okay. Next. What's the biggest planet in the solar system?
Jupiter.
Oh, Jupiter.
Saturn, Jupiter.
Yeah.
Yep.
What name is given the number of protons found in an atom?
The atomic number.
Yeah, atomic.
Yep, correct. The atomic number. Okay. Oh, I don't like the answer. How many vertebrae does an average human possess? There are flat earthers would like this question.
33.
Yeah.
7 plus 12 plus 5
33.
Illuminati confirmed.
plus.
What was the name of the first man-made satellite launched to the Soviet Union in 1957?
Sputnik.
Sputnik.
Sorry, I just spat all over me place.
Question. Which oath of ethics taken by the doctors is named after the sorry, I've got something over the top of that.
Hippocratic
that's Hippocratic oath. Hippocratic oath.
It's the hypocritical oath.
Oh,
Hypocritical oath.
Hippocratic. It was Hippocratic.
Hippocrates, yeah.
I thought it was the Archimedes principle. No, never mind.
What is a material that will not carry electric charge?
Insulator.
Insulator.
Yes.
What's it
Okay.
made of?
That's a bit misleading, that question, actually. I object to that question.
Yeah,
Okay.
Okay.
Because they can still carry an electric charge, but not an electric current.
Apollo 15. Apollo 15.
15.
I'll wait till he answers the question first, Matt.
Well, I saw it come up on the screen.
It was on the screen, exactly.
32. 36, 32, 30,
32.
24.
32, yeah.
I've got a few less than that.
Okay. What is the study of mushrooms called?
I did know this one.
Study of mushrooms.
Fungi something.
Fungology? I don't know.
Close. Mycology. M-Y-cology.
Close.
Ecology.
Oh, yes.
Mycology. Okay.
Yes, mycology.
Okay. Next lot. Do we keep going?
Yeah, this is going good.
Just out of interest, because I don't have YouTube open. How's it going in the side chat?
It's going great. It's great out in the side chat.
Yeah?
I can't see the side chat either.
So. No, it's going great.
Australia.
That'd be my guess.
Yeah, Australia.
Hang on 2 seconds. I've got to pull up the different set of answers. Canada.
No.
Blame
Canada.
Blame Canada. Think about it. Canada has a lot of little islands.
Oh, you didn't say continent. You said country. Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, sure. Okay. What is the capital of Malta?
Oh, I've been there. I should know. Can't remember.
No, it's on the tip of your tongue, but I
Saint something, Saints. Oh, God, I can't remember. I've been there. No, Valletta. Valletta, that's it.
Yeah, that's
it. There's people in the chat that are on their phones who can't read the questions.
Just put it on land, turn it over the landscape. That's what I've had to do.
You have to read it up. Okay. Sorry, I was going to give you the answer. Okay, what country is the newest in the world to be recognized by the UN?
Yeah, I'll do that to him.
Right, Ukraine.
No.
I thought it was Ukraine. No,
Starts with south. South or somewhere. South Sudan. South Sudan.
Okay.
Okay, question number 4. In which city, UK city, would you find the River Clyde?
Oh, Clyde, that's Newcastle.
Newcastle.
Glasgow.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Is it Glasgow?
Glasgow.
Oh, but Clyde, Glasgow. Oh, is it? Okay.
My
Newcastle's the Tyne, isn't it?
Oh, the Tyne, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's fair. That's fair.
Trying to get past me with you being both from the same place. Okay, what is the oldest recorded town in the UK?
Oldest recorded? What?
Recorded.
Winchester,
not what.
maybe?
It's not what. He invented. What invented the steam engine? He's not a town.
I'm going to go Winchester because I know that used to be the old capital of England. So
close.
Sure.
Gloucestershire.
Gloucestershire.
Gloucestershire. Yep.
Gloucestershire.
Gloucestershire.
That's not a town.
That's not a town. That's a county.
Well, that's what it says. If you travel to the, therefore it's correct. If you travel to the city of Belgrade, in which country would you be?
You'd be in Russia.
Russia, correct. What is the name of the largest river to flow through Paris?
The Seine. Seine. Well, I don't know how you pronounce it. Seine.
Yeah, close enough. Yeah,
what are you trying to say?
Well, I pronounce. I say the same.
I don't know what they're saying.
No, I say the same. Same.
Same thing. Yeah.
You could be saying anything.
This is where my relatives are. What did Ceylon change its name to in 1972?
Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
There I was in Sri Lanka, formerly known as Ceylon, with Ozzie Osbourne refusing to go on stage, etc., etc.
A little family history. My grandfather had always told us he was British and that they had British things. But they grew up on a plantation in Ceylon, and when they came over to Australia, that's how they got in. But it was during the time of the White Australia policy, and they weren't actually British. They were.
So they had to lie.
They had to lie. The rest of the family is actually quite dark, but they were very pale, and so they just pretended to be British.
All right. Fair enough. Well, it worked.
Oh, so you're illegal immigrant family then? Oh dear.
No, they weren't.
No, I'm only joking. I'm messing.
What they would do is things like, okay, you're coming in from, say you're coming in from they would give you a language test that was not in the language that you came from. Things like that. They were quite.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's not very nice. Okay, moving on. What's the most populous city in the U.S. state of Illinois?
Yeah, Chicago.
Okay, yep. Okay.
Windy City.
Yes. What is the highest mountain in Britain?
Mount Snowden.
Nevis.
Oh, Ben Nevis. Sorry, not Snowden.
What have you got, Ben Nevis? Is that your consensus?
I thought it was Snowden, but no, I think Farmers are probably right.
If it's Britain, it's Ben Nevis, and I know I've been up the bugger.
Okay, yes, it's Ben Nevis.
No, okay.
Okay.
Takes some doing.
World's first national park was established in 1872. Which country? And you get a bonus point if you can tell me what the park's name is.
It wouldn't be one in Wales, would it?
No, it wouldn't.
Okay, it's not Snowdonia then. Bugger.
It's pretty big, and it has a very famous geyser in it.
Yellowstone?
Oh, Yellowstone.
Yellowstone.
Yep.
I was going to say Yellowstone, but I was muted.
what a brilliant series it is too. Absolutely nothing to do with the park.
Okay. What is the capital of Peru?
Yeah.
Oh, blimey.
I don't know. Peru City? I don't know.
No.
No, I don't
know that one.
No, I don't either.
That's the place where all the politicians live, but that's not important now.
Is it Lima? Is it Lima?
It's Lima, yes.
Yeah.
You just Googled that, didn't you, Terry?
No, Nerd Alert said it out in the side chat.
Oh, right.
Terry doesn't Google his questions because he says he can't type that quick.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So which Mount Vesuvius cast its shadow over which Italian city?
Naples.
Napoli.
Napoli, very correct. Okay. 4. There are 3 US states with just 4 letters in the names. Name them.
Ohio. That one. That's one.
Ohio.
Yeah, that's the one.
Utah. With the Saints.
What's the others?
So we got Ohio. Do we get any others?
Iowa.
Yeah. Yep, that's correct.
Yeah.
One more.
What? Well, we've named the 3. What about Utah? Did you get Utah?
Utah. Yeah, that's
Utah.
Utah. Okay.
Ohio.
Well, it actually should be Utah.
Yeah, that one.
There you go.
So what's the currency of Sweden?
I don't know. Euro.
Weren't they on a krona?
Krona.
Was it Swedish krona?
Krona. Yeah.
Krona. Yes, Swedish krona.
Yes, because they sensibly didn't go euro, did they?
So what country did the Canary Islands belong?
Oh, well, that was British, I think, originally, wasn't it?
No.
Is it was or do?
I thought it was a British colony.
Yeah, to what country to the Canary Islands belong?
Who do they belong to now?
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
It's in the
I
same
misunderstood
region.
the question.
UK. Remember it says UK.
No.
No, Canary Islands are nowhere near Britain.
No, Spain. It's belong to Spain. Moving on. Okay. Okay, what is the capital of Canada?
It's
Quebec.
not what you think.
Not Quebec.
No, it's not Quebec.
No, it's not.
Toronto.
Everybody thinks that. No,
it's not
the other one.
Is it
the other one? Ottawa, yeah.
It is Ottawa, yes. Okay, how many states are there in Australia?
Well, they are in a bit of a state, yeah.
6.
6?
No.
Sorry, Terry, how many are there?
42.
No.
You got Western Australia. You got Queensland.
Well, Paul said 6. I think it was Paul who said 6.
Because you got Australian Capital Territory and Northern Territory are not states.
They're not states. Yeah, so how many we end up with?
I was letting the panel to figure that one out. You might have to calculate it with some measure.
Yeah, I was just going to say calculations. Calculations.
Yeah, calculations.
Yes.
That's not a first order measurement. Sorry, not interested.
Yeah, there are 6 states.
I said 6. Come on. I said that at the start. What the hell?
No, it's just Paul. Just Terry was insistent there wasn't 6. What African country has the largest
right.
population?
Hang on a minute. He lives in Australia, and I got it right before he did. What the hell?
Okay, what African country has the largest population?
Ethiopia?
No, not according to this anyway. It's within the continent of Africa. That'll help.
Yeah,
that narrows it down to several.
Does help.
I'm going to go with South Africa. I'm going to go with South Africa, I think.
No.
Johannesburg. No, that's
not a country.
That's a city.
It's a city. Okay. Did I have any other answers before I tell you?
Nigeria.
Yes, correct. That's correct. Nigeria.
Nigeria, really? Okay.
That was going to be one of the smaller ones, just more densely populated.
What Constantinople and Byzantine are former names of which? Sorry, I've got stuff covered over, so you guys can read the rest.
Former names of which major city?
Istanbul.
Yeah, that's the one.
Ah, there you go.
There's a song about
correct.
Yeah,
that is correct. Istanbul. Okay. What is the longest river in the UK?
The Thames.
My gut instinct says it's still the Thames.
It's not the Thames.
It's not the Thames.
Or is it the Severn?
Or the 8.
Sorry, what did you say, Farmers?
The
Farmers,
Severn.
what did you say? Yes.
Severn.
Well, it could have been.
I drove over it last week.
Could have been 6 or 8.
Okay.
Got to drive over it next week as well, unfortunately.
Okay. How many boroughs are there in New York City, and can you name them?
No and no.
Sorry?
Queens.
What did you say, Blue?
I said 5 boroughs, and I don't know if I can name them.
There is 5 boroughs, yes. And Queens is one of them.
Is Wheel another one?
Quickly.
Is Wheel one?
No. Okay. Bronx, Brooklyn, Manhattan, Queens, we already said, and Staten Island. Okay, moving on.
No one got that.
No.
No, they got the question was how many.
Yeah, but I said is Wheel one,
half of it.
and no one got it.
Is Wheel?
Is Wheel one of the boroughs?
No.
Wheelbarrow.
Wheelbarrow,
Jeez,
yeah.
God, forget it. Jeez. Go back to sleep.
But
You need a new audience, Terry.
Yeah, I definitely do.
I didn't get that one.
In which city would you find La Sangha Familia?
Rome.
City. Don't even know what that is. Sounds Italian, doesn't it? Mm.
Yeah, no, Barcelona.
Oh, Barcelona is Spanish. Okay.
Don't spray all over your microphone.
That's where Manuel came from, wasn't it, Barcelona?
Okay, what is the largest desert in the world?
Sahara.
Oh, sorry.
Mongolian.
Antarctica.
Mongolian desert.
This might be a little bit, I think, because it says Antarctica.
Well, technically, yes, it is a desert.
Yes,
because it doesn't rain.
Right. Yeah.
Yes. There's no actually named a desert. So
rainfall. Yeah.
So
yeah, it doesn't rain.
Yeah, it doesn't rain.
Well, but don't forget all the snow there. I mean, snow. It's not wet.
No.
It's not water because snow is snow.
No.
Who said that? You remember?
It doesn't rain in Antarctica.
It's very dry. It's the driest continent on Earth.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Covered in snow.
What is the highest peak in Africa?
Kilimanjaro.
Kilimanjaro.
Bless the rains down in Africa.
Correct, Kilimanjaro. In which US state would you find Fort Knox?
Texas.
Kentucky.
No, contentious. Yeah, I've got to check.
Kentucky.
Yeah, I thought.
Got to get over that Kentucky gap.
I thought Blue was correct. I just need to go and check. Excuse me. Well, you threw me off for a second. I thought, I'm sure it's Kentucky.
I'm trying to remember Goldfinger, because of course they attacked.
Strait of Gibraltar separates Liberian Peninsula from which African country? I assume that says.
Oh, is it? No, it's not Iran, is it? No, it's further along. Oh, I can't even think.
Morocco.
Oh,
correct.
Yeah, it's Morocco. Yeah.
Okay.
And I didn't Google that.
Which London Underground line?
I don't know why I said Iran. I meant Libya. But whatever. Got it completely wrong. Still wrong.
Okay.
Yeah.
So which London Underground line is represented by green on the route map?
Got no idea of the London Underground, how that works.
Neither would I.
Oh, I can't remember. Which
Farmer?
London
What's
Underground
that?
is
Green.
by the green.
Yeah, what's
the
green, Farmer?
Oh, circle. No, it's not circle. It's either circle or district. Circle or district.
It's not a circle. It's a district line.
It's a district line's green.
No,
Circle's
it's called the circle and district line. That's what it's called.
Yeah, but they are actually separate, aren't they?
Okay, moving on.
Okay.
In which European city would you find Manita Peace? I think that's Mannequin Peace. I think that is, which is that really famous little boy watering into the fountain. Weeing into the fountain.
Athens.
No.
I'm gonna go with Rome. I think maybe is it, or is it Paris?
No, Brussels.
Oh, Brussels.
Oh, Brussels.
Okay. How many countries? Whoops. Go back. How many countries still have a shilling as a currency?
Oh, shilling.
Take a guess.
2.
It's less than 10. More than 2.
7.
Less than
Right in the
7.
middle.
5.
6.
4. Okay. Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Somalia. Okay. Moving on. Okay. What is the name? Oops, the other way. Of the microstate located between Spain and France?
Really? Is this
Between
Spain and France?
Oh, Morocco. Not Morocco. No, not Morocco.
No.
Oh, what's?
Andorra?
I should know it. It's where the Grand Prix. We used to have the Grand Prix.
That's what I'm asking.
Monaco. No. Yeah.
No.
Isn't it? Oh, damn. Okay.
Monte Carlo.
No. Andorra.
Oh, Andorra.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said Andorra before when Elming said it.
I didn't hear it.
Oh,
okay,
sorry.
on London Tube Network, in which station only began with the letter I?
Which the only stations begin with the letter I. Each stations begin with the letter I.
Yeah.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Ickman.
3.
No idea.
1.
Eichmann.
Ding. Sorry,
Ickenham. Eichmann. Is it Eichmann? Eichmann? Eichen. I
Never heard of it.
I'm not
Never heard
sure.
of it.
Anyway, neither have I. Moving on.
No.
Mount Vesuvius overlooks which present-day Italian city? We had this. Can you remember what the answer is?
It was
Naples.
Naples, Napoli.
Okay. To the nearest billion, how large is the world's population?
7.
10.
I think
8. Sorry, I've got to check that.
8. So I'm going to go with 8. 8 billion, 8.5.
Currently 7.8 billion. So
close.
okay.
Yeah.
Is that all?
Apparently.
Okay. Dracula famously lived in a historical region of Transylvania. In what country would you now find his castle?
Romania.
That'd be Australia, is it? No, not Australia. Austria. Sorry. Austria. I meant to say.
The sunlight's a bit of a problem for him down here. Moving on. Romania is the correct answer.
Romania.
Thanks, Elmix.
Okay. Can you recite the mathematical constant of pi to 5 decimal places?
3.14. That's as far as I can go.
3.141592628, whatever.
Close enough.
59653.
Sorry, what was that one? Did someone say 14159?
Yeah, I said 14159, and after
3.141592653.
Don't do a Nathan Thompson, please.
And
the whole thing to
even went further.
Okay, moving on. Can you name all living presidents of the United States of America?
No.
Okay.
Oh, all the living ones.
All the living ones.
Well, they're ex-presidents, so the present president
There's
is Joe
Bush
Biden.
Senior and Bush Junior. Is Bush Junior still alive?
Yeah, but they're
He's
ex-presidents.
a Bush, so that's 2. So Bush Junior, Bush Senior. There you go. That's 2 to start with.
Is Jimmy Carter?
Jimmy Carter's alive.
Obama, Trump,
Clinton.
That's the one I was waiting for.
Clinton. There you go.
Yeah, that was the one I was waiting for. Okay, how many parliamentary seats are returned to the UK House of Parliament?
300 and... Oh, I've forgotten. Can't remember.
Well, you're wrong. You're wrong.
You're wrong, Matt. Sorry.
Oh.
Because it's something close to that.
No, it's not, is it? No. What the hell?
How many parliamentary seats are returned? Who took them?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they all went over the US.
Only fair they bring them back, damn
it. 650. Okay, moving on.
No wonder you guys get shit done.
Yeah.
I'm probably thinking what you needed for a majority. That's probably what I was thinking of, I think. Yeah.
Okay, how many noble gases are there, and can you name them all?
Well, helium's 1, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah. Don't know the rest.
Argon.
I can't remember.
Neon, argon.
Yeah.
Krypton.
Yes. 2 more.
Did I say helium and hydrogen?
Not
hydrogen. Helium.
Not hydrogen. You said helium. You didn't say hydrogen.
Helium.
You got 2 more. So you've said so far helium. I think you said. Did you say neon? I'm sure you said neon.
Yeah, you said neon.
And argon. And krypton.
Did you say xenon?
That's 1, and there's 1 left.
This one is a problem where I live. Radon.
Radon. That's the one. Yep. Okay. What is the capital of Slovakia?
No, don't know.
Bratislava. No idea.
No.
Bratislava. Bratislava. There you go. Okay, here's one you should be able to get. Paul David is the real name of which famous rock musician?
David.
Paul David Newson.
No, that's not one I know.
Not Elton John or anyone like that.
No,
not Elton John.
Bono from U2.
Oh, Bono.
Okay. I never knew that. I'll have to try and remember that one.
How many miles plus 514 yards is the British steeplechase, the Grand National?
Oh, bloody racehorses! I don't. Foxy things.
Yeah, and it's in this miles thing.
No clue. No
4
idea.
miles.
All right, okay.
The letterbox of 10 Downing Street in London has an inscription that reads, First Lord of what?
The Admiralty?
Nope.
The Treasury?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, where was Queen Sorry, my glasses are going blue. Where was Queen frontman Freddie Mercury born? Queen frontman.
Morocco, yeah. Mm.
Sure, he was born in Morocco.
Yep.
Yeah,
but no, not according to this, and this is right because I say so.
Where was he born?
Zanzibar in Tanzania.
Oh, Zanzibar. That's right.
Nerd Alert put a question mark for that one.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Moving on. Next one. Next question. After Queen Elizabeth, only 4 other English monarchs have reached 50 years on the throne. Can you name them?
Oh no way!
Not really.
Way.
Queen Victoria.
Victoria's
one of them. Yeah. Don't know who the others are.
I'll give you a clue. They're all guys.
What the rest? What Victoria wasn't one of them then?
No. Yes, Victoria is correct.
Oh, okay.
The other 3 are guys.
I'm going to go with Henry.
That was real helpful.
Henry the Eighth, maybe was he? He went on for quite a while, didn't he?
A Henry, but a lower number.
Henry the
Not
first.
the 8th.
Henry the first.
6th.
Henry the Third. Okay.
Oh, Henry the Third. Okay.
Give me another one.
Henry the Fifth.
No, it's a biblical name, and it's not Henry.
George the something.
Yes, George the Third, and one more. Just in case people want to get out in the chat, it was Edward the Third. Okay.
All right. Okay.
Moving on. What does the Japanese sumimasen translate to in English? Just translate it. Sumimasen. Yeah.
Don't know. No idea.
Pardon me.
Oh, okay.
You're pardoned.
Okay. Excuse me, or pardon me, or anything like that. Okay. Switzerland is made up of how many cantons?
Oh, this is kind of like political districts sort of thing. They've got a strange political system, but works quite well apparently. Don't know though.
26.
Okay, yeah, they're like political areas sort of thing.
So let's talk to me. It's the name of which medical review? What part of the body?
Gallbladder.
The colon.
Whoa, go back.
Whoa, what are you going? Is it the colon?
Hang on a sec, I'm just checking. I don't think so. No, but that should be right. No, did someone say gallbladder? I'm sure I did. Someone said gallbladder. I'm sure.
Yeah,
I think somebody did. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. How many million miles away from the sun is the Earth? Within 5 million miles, please.
93.
Yep. I won't bother looking that one up. What trees are often found in California and which can grow up to 300 feet in height?
Redwoods.
Redwoods.
I'm pretty sure that's right. So I've just got to double check in case I'm.
Not the sequoia, then.
It is a sequoia. Well, redwood is a sequoia.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Well, it's a particular type of sequoia. Yeah. Okay. Since 2016, the periodic table has how many confirmed elements?
Oh.
That's a Paul question.
118.
Correct. Okay. In what year did Radio Times magazine first published?
Oh, 1949. Something like that.
I bet it's in the 60s.
No.
Okay.
1923.
Really?
Okay.
Wow. Okay.
Okay. Oh, here we go. Paul will probably get this one. What was the film star John Wayne's real name?
Somebody did tell me this not so long ago, but I can't remember.
Morris.
Close. Yeah. Go this one a part of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, sort of. The reason I said it, his last name is Morrison. Can you tell me his first name?
Right.
Well, it's someone like Tracy.
Someone tell me his first name.
Oh, don't know.
I can excuse you for not knowing his middle name.
Marion.
Correct. Marion was his first name.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, Marion. I knew
Thanks, John.
Okay, who is credited with the following quote? The fear of death follows from the fear of life. A man who loves fully is prepared to die at any time.
Nope, that's a new one on me.
Bob Next Door. I've no idea.
Famous writer from the US.
All right. He's got to be that famous that I've never heard of him.
Mark Twain.
Okay.
So
Oh, yeah, I've heard of him.
On what Pacific island did the mutineers of the HMS Bounty settle in 1790? I think that's an Australian question.
Pitcairn.
Pitcairn.
Pitcairn, correct. Yes. Moving on. Almost there. Which gas were the Britain World War II barrage balloons filled with?
Hydrogen?
Helium.
Hydrogen is the correct answer.
Oh, hydrogen. Oh, okay.
Sorry, man.
That's right, sir.
Where in the human body would you find the medulla oblongata?
The one in the back of your throat.
Brain. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Where was that? Sorry, I had 10 million answers there. I'm
Your
sure one was
brain.
correct.
The brain,
That's
yeah.
correct.
Oh, okay.
Yes, anyone who said the brain is correct. Okay, which King of England was crowned on Christmas Day?
Ooh.
William the First or William the Conqueror? Okay.
Well, that's right, it was William.
Which political figure, should get this one, became the Baroness of Kesteven?
Kesteven.
Very famous political figure.
Never heard of him.
Thatcher.
Thatcher, yes, Baroness. Gives it away.
Oh, right, okay, Kesteven. Okay.
Yes. Okay. Which geothermal Icelandic tourist attraction has the name as a 1980 same name as a 1980
Blue Lagoon.
film? Correct.
Oh yeah, I remember that film.
Okay, so I was just checking a couple of answers further ahead. The Bahamas translate to what in English?
Tax dodge.
Yeah. No. The Shallows.
All right.
The Shallows.
Oh, okay.
Okay, 4 more questions, I think. Okay. Which publication documents all proceedings in the British Parliament?
Answer.
Asian.
Correct. It's the same in Australia. What was the only painting sold by Vincent van Gogh during his lifetime? No. It's called the Red Vineyard. No, the Red Vineyard.
Oh,
okay. Which Shakespeare character kills Tybalt and Paris?
Oh, God.
No idea.
I don't remember me Shakespeare very well. I must have.
No.
He was romantically entwined with somebody else.
Romeo?
Correct.
Mm.
That's what got him in trouble.
I don't remember that in Romeo and Juliet, to be honest.
Yeah. What colour was found in 75% of the world's flags?
Red.
White.
Very good, that's it.
White.
Red.
Oh, okay. Red. I was right. Oh, there you go.
Oh, you were right.
Red is correct.
It's truth.
Yeah.
There you go. So that was 90 questions in whatever however long that took us.
We said that we wouldn't get through them all.
Try to keep it moving.
I think the 90 questions took as
good.
long as the normal 10 questions.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Take quantity over quality.
I was waiting for the peanuts to keep up. They didn't go too bad.
I saw you stick your tongue out there, Farmers.
Oh, did I miss Farmer? Oh, there we go. I'll get him.
I might have to bail out now because I think some of the guys have been waiting for might have done what they need to do, so I can do what I need to do and then piss off home.
Why are you in fluff, mate?
Just say I've been.
Because that's the way I'm. Hang on.
There you go. So you're not a fluffer.
Just turn me phone hold around on the dashboard. Yeah.
You parked a bit close to that car next to you.
Really?
Yeah. Okay.
I'm all right. It's nothing the other side, but yeah. So I think I need to get on, and I can either complete what I'm going to do or just say, to hell with it. I'm going home because it's.
Well, what else are you meant to do? You've done what you had to do. You've done your inspection, and
there's one more thing on the checklist that I need to tick off, but the controls guys couldn't do it because the electricians had to do something. Then the control guys are coming back, and they haven't come back yet. So I don't know.
Not very organised, is it?
No, and it's always like it is chaos. For 2 days, there is a system where certain companies have to be here to do various things, and I have to witness it all. And it never works as it's supposed. It never goes smoothly. There's always some problem, or there's a bit of kit missing, or somebody can't make it on the right day. You know.
How far away is this place you're at from where you are?
Hang on.
No, how far away from home? How far away from home are you?
Oh, how far away from home?
Yeah.
It's about a 2.5 hour drive. It's 140, 150 miles. I'm a damn sight closer to Allen than I am to my home. Let's put it that way.
Oh.
I'm further down. Ipswich is further down the coast. Allen's sort of up a bit, and I'm down a bit.
Oh, you're gone down a bit.
But yeah, I'm hoping that if Allen's free, I'm going to be in Lowestoft in the middle of January. So when I'm done there, I'm hoping to pop across and see Allen. But yeah, I'm.
You're not far enough. You're not far enough over to go up that way.
No, not. Yeah, it'd still be. I mean, and anyway, you know, Rosie's round, and we hadn't arranged anything, so. Yeah, but I mean, it took me 2 hours and 20 minutes to get here yesterday, so it'll easily take at least that long. Yeah, I mean, 10 to 2, the traffic should be okay.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say when peak hour traffic hits.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I'll remove that. Well, I'll just get some other videos sorted for a minute. I'll use free. You can do what you want for a minute. Any peanuts out there got anything?
What have I got left to do?
It's Farmer's Boy, FB, Westchester County, New York. Not quite, Omix. Not quite.
Yeah, but I'm not actually driving. I might be filming in the car, but I'm not driving.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh God, I can't even remember which bit I'm supposed to do.
Vote.
Oh.
What are we voting for?
This is what I've come down to do. I have.
I'll make you bigger so I can see what you. I can't see. Now I can.
So that's the first page of the checklist. So that's for the mechanical services, and there's
some blank. I can see some blank squares there.
There are some blanks, yes. But the blanks at the start, that's the ductwork balancing guys who aren't here yet. But there are.
How many pages is there?
And then there's another one for the electrical services, for the lighting and the intruder alarms and. But it's basically, you know, we're probably about 3 weeks away from the store being open, so now is when you make sure that everything you fitted works, and that's the whole point. I come down and they demonstrate, yes, the lighting switch is on and off as it should do, because it's 1/3, 2/3. Some of the lighting comes on, then the rest comes on, and that all has to do it at the right times. Is the air conditioning being controlled? Is the ventilation being controlled? All of that, and that's the whole point of me having 2 days on site.
Do you have to make sure the toilet's flush?
Do you know what? Sometimes I turn up and they still haven't got water on.
Wow.
Yeah, because that's quite often a last-minute thing as well. I also have to check the flow rates out of all of the taps. I have to check the water temperatures. The flow rates gets very technical. I have a very, very complicated bit of kit.
And they got the lights pointing the right way on the shelving.
That's another visit. I won't be doing that just yet, because once we get to the point where the store's pretty much finished, they'll come in and put all of the displays, all of the shelves in. basically the things that the spotlights are pointing at. So it's very difficult to make sure your spotlights are pointing at something that isn't actually there yet. So that, in theory, is the last visit. So I'll probably be back here in 2, maybe 3 weeks' time. That's why I'm going back to Wales next week. I did this process in Wales in Swansea last Monday, Tuesday, and I'm now going back there next Wednesday to do the spotlight check and to make sure I basically, a guy goes around and I say, right, these spotlights have got a point here, those spotlights got a point there.
Do you do anything like the painting or the flooring checks or anything like that?
No, I am purely looking at what we call the M&E services, so the mechanical and electrical services. So the mechanical is the plumbing, the air conditioning, the ventilation, and then electrically it's lights, it's small power, power sockets, data sockets, fire alarms, and the intruder system.
Yeah.
So the actual physical part of the building, the walls, the floors, the ceilings, all of that structure, that's down to the builder. That's not down to us. But you do sometimes have to highlight things like, you've got a louver in the wall outside, but it's a bloody mess. You need to go and sort of make good. But, I walked around yesterday and produced a report last night. Half the bloody lights aren't working. There's lights outside on the building where there should be. There's a cable sticking through, but there's no light fitting. Well, there's a light fitting, but they haven't connected it to the cable. It's all supposed to be done by tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Well, they got all night.
PC, practical completion. Yeah. When I went to Swansea last week, that was 5 days after practical completion, and that's when I went to witness all the testing. It's supposed to be the other way around. You're supposed to witness everything, make sure everything works. Yes, it's practically complete, as they term it. But a lot of these jobs are now running so behind, they're just running out of time. I think they're trying to do too much at once.
While you're talking, I'm just showing a video of a lunar eclipse that was in that, don't know what date. Wolfie put it up.
Oh yeah,
as a preview.
I didn't see mention of that, but I don't think we'd have seen it up here.
Yeah, I don't know where it was actually taken from. I missed out on that one.
Well, it says Sydney, so I presume.
Yeah, well, I don't know why I didn't get to see it. Might have been cloud. Yeah, we could have had cloud down here. I don't even know at night. I missed it altogether. I knew it was coming up. I just missed it. My fault.
Yeah. Right, I'm going to leave you guys to it because I need to go and see if I can do anything or whether I can just go home.
Righto, farmer.
All right, mate. If not, I'll see you Saturday.
Yeah.
If you do,
or if not before or after.
Yeah. All right, then, guys. Catch you later.
Later. I'll grab these video. Oh, we don't want that yet. Get back there. Stop sharing for a minute. Don't want that. Grab that. Where am I? Yeah, I'm just finishing off grabbing these videos. Okay. I'll grab a bunch of Antons and we'll work out which one's any good. Okay, so that. Yeah, I'm not sure which Anton this week. I've got a blues video. I thought you said you did some, Matt. Where are they?
They're somewhere.
Yeah, I'm looking back through. I don't know how far back they were.
They were where were we? Wednesday. They were mostly last week.
Oh, okay.
And
and because I didn't stream, they probably got pushed back.
Yeah, probably. But I know mine come up and automatically with your bot, don't they? So.
Yeah. I've got blues one. Back further. Oh, here we go. Quick bid 15.
What's that titled? What's that called?
New Moon Landing hoax channel debunked. These are only quickies, so
yeah, you could do that. Yeah, you could do that one if you want.
Mothers what we're missing before that?
Yeah, there was a couple. Yeah, even 14 as well.
Yeah, I could catch up. They're not that long.
I think I did something like 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 last week, something like that.
Yeah, I've missed out on Simon Dan here too. There. Have I missed out on 2 Simons? Which one was that one? Oh, that was a day ago. That was back in 5 days ago. So I've missed out on 2 Simons. Hey, you missed one stream and you're all behind. Versus a physics teacher. Oh, okay, fight the flat earth. I'm on there. Oh, Eric Dubay Twitter. Lie. That was the other one.
Yeah, you can do that one if you want. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going to grab a couple because they're only quickies. And Michael lies on Twitter again. That's 3, I think I found. Right.
Yeah, that'd be more than enough, Terry.
Yeah. Well, one goes for 4 minutes, one goes for 46 seconds, and one goes for 3 minutes.
Oh, yeah. 46 seconds, I forgot about that one. That's quite quick. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the Eric Dubay Twitter lie. Other than that, where's any other? No more Antons? That's 13. Anton again. Yeah, I think that's it. That goes back to my last stream, whatever Wednesday. Yeah, I think that's enough. Bunch of videos. How we go for time? Oh, we're coming up to 3 hours already. We could see the eclipse in Wellington. Okay. Timbo said I'm charging something. If I'm sleepy, I don't respond. You know what happened. Yep. Alright. Oh. He gave me a picture. Parallel zeniths, diverging zeniths. Okay. Alright, I'll get rid of that. Over there. Move blue over here. Just rearranging my tabs so I've got. Do them in this order. Oh, how many Antons did I get? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 to pick from Anton. We've got blues. And we've got 4 of Matt's. We're playing them in quick succession because they're only a few seconds. I hope I've got them in the right order. 13.
Doesn't really matter.
Okay. Oh, I've doubled up. Got less. Got 13, 14, 15, 15. Okay, so there is only 3 by the look of it. 13, 14, 15. There we go. And you want me to skip all the boring bits and go straight to the main content?
Yeah, go to the juice, straight to the juice.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't really matter. I mean, like I said, it's only that one. And that one there's just less than 4 minutes. So.
Yeah, this one's a 3 minute, so
3 minute 52. Yeah.
There we go to that.
Press play, Terry.
Okay, then Matt, I can do that for you.
Hi, Matt B here, and welcome to M2M and another quick vids. And yet again, we've got another Twitter lie by the same guy that I did previously. I put a link to the previous video in the description, and also there should be a link appearing above you now. Here, I think. So anyway, what has he got to say this time? So in this Twitter post, he says, faking space is fun until you get caught. Indeed. Area 51 isn't some elaborate military base where UFOs are reversed or engineered. It houses several hangars where they filmed the ISS in space. And he shows 2 images. The first one, presumably or allegedly, is a hangar in Area 51. And then side by side is another image of what appears to be something of a mock-up of the ISS, from what we can tell, and saying Hangar 18 on the top left. Remember that image and remember Hangar 18. And then somebody gives me a website link. Thank you very much, you know who you are. And the website takes you to this website, and a company by the name of Wonderworks Inc. I meant to say web link takes you to this website. Not website takes you to website. Reasonably accurate replicas of the space station since the 1980s. Currently we have 3 main modules, a space lab, a section of available rentals, etc. And it appears they actually do mock-ups of space station and all kinds of different props and things like that for things like the movies. Because if you look at their awards, they've got one here, an Emmy for special effects in Star Trek Voyager, a couple of Saturn Awards for Star Trek Voyager, and indeed even an Oscar for visual effects. But anyway, we're not interested in that. We're interested in these images of the work that they do. So if you scroll down these images, you eventually come across something that looks quite familiar. Now, if you click on it, it is indeed. Doesn't that look familiar? Oh, look, it is the same. It's the same image. And look, in his post, it says on the image, it says Hangar 18. And it's supposed to be just above this, just below this light here, but it's not there. And if you look on the original image, we've got the watermark of Wonderworks, and it's been cropped out in his post. Oh dear, Michael. You've been caught out again. But of course, when I pointed this out to him, guess what happened? Yes, he blocked me. So no more content from him. As the saying goes, you've got to lie to flirt, right? So if you it was
like
a shame actually. He was a good source of content actually.
Hit subscribe and hit the bell icon, and you'll be
Lost that
notified
one.
when I upload
Oh,
videos.
Matt.
And also, don't forget to give the thumbs up, and also give a comment below and let me know how I got on. So anyway, that's all
See, you
from
shouldn't
me.
have opened your big
Thanks
mouth.
for watching.
Oh, I know, right?
Wow. Yeah, they don't like being proven wrong, that's for sure.
Yeah. Well, you see, I messaged him because I said, like, I warned him. I said, look, you know, this is copyright potentially, because it's also misinformation or misinterpretation of intellectual property or copyright of intellectual property. It could be any of those things. So I just kind of messaged and warned him. But like you said, didn't like it. He just blocked me. So.
You saw Blue put in the side chat.
No, I didn't know. Let's see.
Is
he hinting at me or something about something?
Yeah, he must be. You must be talking over people too much. Like you did. Oh, this is going back when we were watching the other video with MC2.
Yeah,
It might have been something to do with that.
Might have something to do with that, yeah.
Yeah. I think he's trying to tell you something.
I think he is, right? You want to press play, Terry?
Yes, I can do that for you.
Hi, Matt B here, and welcome to M2M, and welcome to another edition of Quick Vids. And you've got yet another Twitter lie, and it's from our old friend, Eric DeBay. And he shows us this. But the thing is, Eric, there's this, and there's this. That is all.
What was that one? You might have to explain it to me, that one.
There's no explanation needed, really, because it's such an old one.
I couldn't see what the reference was. Was it that image there?
No, if you go back, go back further. Go back to his original tweet. So go there, yeah. Right, so it's an old claim, right, because they've got a spacesuit. They originally ended up in the Smithsonian Museum. I'm not sure where it is now. But they were trying to, they do have various spacesuits that, if you look at just the spacesuit itself, right enough, it's kind of like a flat sole and it's got like a metal plate in it. All the rest of it, if you can see, yeah. Mm-hmm. But it doesn't obviously match the famous footprint, Buzz Aldrin's footprint.
Yeah.
On the moon, right? So, but the thing is that they always keep forgetting is that they wore overboots, and on the bottom of the overboot is the same tread that's on their footprint. So it does match.
So the boots that they've got showing there is just the basic boots of what they wore inside.
That's
the
just the basic. Yeah, no, they did wear that spacesuit, but they put an overboot on to protect the feet a little bit more, basically, and also give them grip and all kinds of different reasons. So it's like a boot on top of a boot, because that what you actually see there is in part and parcel of the whole spacesuit.
Right.
So then, if you fast forward a little bit to the next part where there you go. That's the overboot. That's what they put on over it. So you see the tread matches the print.
That is the print.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So then, if you go to the next image, when you've got Buzz Aldrin coming down the limb ladder. Oh. No, you've gone too far. There's this. That's Buzz Aldrin coming down the ladder taken by Neil Armstrong. Yeah. And if you zoom in as I'm doing there, you can see the print also matches the footprint as well. There you go. It's the sole of the overshoe that they wear. Yeah. That's it. It's a really old one. They've been using that for a long time, ever since that picture of the Smithsonian Museum image came out. It doesn't match the print.
Okay. Well, now I know that one. Timbo said, "Can I go back so Matt can talk over it again?" All right. No, I'm not.
I'm not going to leave that one down. Next show, I'm just going to stay. I'm just going to keep completely quiet through the whole thing. I'm not going to say a word.
I'll get a word.
So maybe Blue would be proud of me. He'd be proud of me. I don't say anything at all.
I bet you I'll get a word out of you.
Press play, Terry.
Yes, see, I told you I'd get a word out of you.
Hi, it's Matt here, and welcome to M2M, and welcome to another edition of Quick Vids. This time, it's a video posted by a fairly new channel called Moon Landing Hoax. I think the channel name does what it says on the tin, so no explanation needed there. You're probably going to hear more from them on this channel going forward because, well, it's my street, right? There is at least one redeeming feature of this channel and their supporting social media, is that they don't subscribe to Flat Earth. Yes, you've heard it. They are not Flat Earthers. But they still spout a lot of nonsense and misinformation, as you're going to find out going forward. So let's start them off by having a look at one of their early videos. So take it away, Moon Landing Hoax. Yeah, don't worry about the music. It's completely copyright free. It's mine, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was worried about that.
No, you got to worry. I replaced their music with mine, so. Well, first off, they don't mention that the lunar rover's movement is controlled by a single unique joystick type of controller situated between the two seats. So at the right hand of this astronaut in this video, as you can see from these images. This controller controls forward movement and acceleration, turning, braking, reversing, and even the parking brake. The central panel provides information like speed, direction, navigational aids, and monitors all the systems, including battery power. So the astronaut's legs and left hand literally have nothing to do. So what do you expect them to be doing? The Macarena? Which leads me on to the final stupid statement at the end of this video. Of course you're not going to have your hand resting like this on a beach buggy here on Earth, because you're not going to be in a spacesuit, nor are you going to be in a 1/6 gravity, are you? The arm of the astronaut is simply in a resting position because it's at such a bulky suit. So behave yourself! Anyway, that's all from me. Until next time, take care.
Well, just because your arm's in a certain position.
Yeah, that's pretty much what they came. So they're trying to claim that it's a dummy and they're just controlling it remotely. Or something stupid like that. There we go.
Geez, they can come up with them. Well, they haven't done the ISS one lately, have they? They still go back on those videos.
Oh, all the time, yeah. Oh, we've got some real sensible, proper video stuff by Blue now.
You better not talk over this one.
Nah, I'll keep quiet.
Wonder if Blue will talk over his own video.
We'll see, won't.
He's not there to say press play. I didn't see it written anyway.
I'll say it instead then. Terry, press. Oh, you already have.
Okay. What? Who? You got to do it in.
Press play, Terry.
Okay.
Well, hello everybody. Welcome to Blue Marble Science. Anthony Riley and John the Quantum Eraser. I'll tell you, it just doesn't get any dumber than this. Warning, severe facial and monitor damage alert is in effect. Get out those oven mitts, push the monitors back at a punching range, and let's light this dumpster fire and have some fun. Now, according to these two knuckleheads, pressure is a force. Wait, what?
All right, listen up. So we need to. Do you accept? And this is a straight question. I need a straight answer. It's not patronizing, but do you accept that pressure is a force?
There you go. So Anthony brought it up. Yeah? We'll continue.
No, it's not. Pressure is force by per unit area.
That's correct. So when you have gas pressure.
See, they're serious. This is serious. That's correct. By this asshat. We can deal with that. I'll continue because they continue hammering themselves.
Pressure or tire pressure or pressure in your container and then it explodes because you pierce it or whatever and there's an explosion. That movement of the pressure molecule, the pressurized molecules expanding. If mass accelerates, it must be accelerated by a force.
Negative. F equal ma was false, and I destroyed that during the presentation, but I digress.
Wait, you destroyed Newton's second law of motion.
And the pressure of the molecules is no longer pressing against the tire wall, is it? The tire.
For example, 1 Newton per square meter.
He thinks by stating 1 Newton per square meter is a rebuttal or supportive of what he just said before. But Newton is just SI unit for force.
Come on, QE. You aren't really going to go along with Riley on this silly nonsense, are you? Forces are pushes or pulls on an object resulting from its interaction with another object. Pressure is a force distributed over an area. Pressure itself isn't a force. It's a measure of how much force is being applied to an area. By the way, forces have direction. They are vectors. Pressure has no direction. It's a scalar. Got it?
And per square meter is an area. So he's saying basically, essentially the same thing. So I don't know what the hell he's thinking. All right?
Pressure
Right, so
it's
at
on
this
this
point.
page.
Wait
a second. Go ahead. Go ahead.
At this point, I've abandoned it. Like I said, I've got to this and I've gone, what the hell? So, and I didn't pick it up because the football started. So is his point that he's going to describe it in the units? It's just like, that seems to be his thing. He's going to the units of pressure and saying, aha. Is that he's gotcha, or I'm lost as to what he's, rather than go through it to the end, what is his point, this man here?
His point that pressure is not a force, it's a force per unit area is their point. Both of these clowns. His point to go with newtons, I don't know, because it's the same thing. I don't ask. I don't know.
It's a force, and then you go to the units. It's not a force. It's the units of the force that we're describing.
Yeah, I don't know.
Lost. Generally, is that his point? He thinks by describing the units, the SI, you said SI units, the force in whichever way. There's multi-ones with pressure in there, but that means it's not a force because it's. That's just bonkers.
I don't know. You're going to have to ask him. What he's saying is the same thing over again. Remember, he said pressure, or they said pressure is not a force. It's a force per unit area. And then he jumps on this screen to see that newtons per meter squared. It's the same thing. He's not saying anything different. I don't know why he went there unless he doesn't know that newtons is the SI unit for force. He's screwing himself. Again, he's just saying the same thing in different words.
QE, when I said how stupid can you be, that was not a challenge. Look, pressure relates to force just like distance relates to speed. If I ask you how far it was to the other side of your trailer park, would you say 1/4 of a mile per hour? Of course not. That makes no sense at all. Because speed is not distance. I'll give you another example. What if I asked Tony what the volume of his glass of salt water is? You know, the one he dropped the egg into. Would he say 1 liter per minute? No, he wouldn't, because flow isn't volume. The relationship between force and pressure is exactly like these two examples I just gave you. You know, it doesn't get a lot simpler than this. Are you sure you guys ought to be even trying to talk about it?
Is it fair to say that entropy is not a fundamental force?
What?
Yeah, you'd be pretty safe saying that, given that it isn't.
Why are we on entropy?
We're talking about pressure, right?
We're not. Yeah, but we're not on entropy. We're on force. Yeah, don't go to entropy yet. You'll just cloud it.
Okay, I have a point to make at the end then.
All right. I don't know where I'm going to end this.
1 newton per square meter. A pressure is a force per square meter.
Yeah.
In order to have a pressure, and this is something you don't understand about.
Pressure is a force, then, right?
No.
No.
No. This doesn't get old with me. I love it. So pressure's not a force. It's a force per unit area. That's their argument.
No, it's force over area. It's a force divided by an area.
So
yeah, so it's still a force there.
Let's try a real world example and see if that helps you guys out. What is the pressure on a wall surface from wind blowing at 25 meters per second? Well, the answer is about 375 pascals. But a pascal is not a force. It is a force per unit area. It is a newton per square meter. We're missing something. We need to know how many square meters we're talking about. How about the total force that wind exerts against a wall that's 100 square meters? That's about 37,500 newtons. Pressure is not a force. It is force per unit area. Think about it this way. The next time one of you knuckleheads goes to put gasoline in your automobile, go inside and tell the little kid behind the counter that you want to buy $3.75 per gallon worth of gasoline. See what he says. You know, have you thought that maybe, just maybe, physics is not your thing? Maybe you two should take up a hobby that's a little more in line with your capabilities. Hey, thanks for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Don't forget the like and subscribe buttons down there. There's a link to the Patreon and PayPal. And I guess I'll see you guys on the next one.
Terminologies and words doesn't go with flat earthers.
See, Blue, I never said a word through that whole video.
Blue
See?
nearly did. I
See?
seen him. I
Well
seen him
done.
open.
Well done.
Nearly did.
Never spoke. I'm allowed to talk through my own video. I'm allowed to do that. It's mine.
Yeah, it's your video, sure. I need to go back and listen to the rest of that mess. I'm dying to figure out how, what's his name, tied entropy to a force.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
That's got me intrigued.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh, dear.
Notice QE actually stopped him, you know. And no, don't talk about entropy. No,
Yeah,
don't.
yeah.
Not right now. Too early.
Yeah.
Not on entropy yet. We're talking about force.
Okay.
Yeah, they're literally trying to tell you that a Newton per square meter is a Newton. What?
Hmm.
Share. So we got unexplained radiation storm hits Earth every 1,000 years, but what's causing them? This one. Groundbreaking particle accelerator uses nothing but light to reach insane speeds. Discovery of a super rare light echo phenomenon in an unexpected location. And unexplained radiation storm. Oh, where have I got? I got that one twice.
What was that one about insane speeds?
Yeah,
Sounded
that sounds
interesting. Did sound interesting, didn't it? Mm.
I'll vote for that one.
Yeah, same.
That one. Groundbreaking particle accelerator uses nothing but light to reach insane speeds. Yeah, I thought that one
Yeah.
was interesting, that one. That one.
Play the two then.
No, I won't have time for two.
Yeah.
Do that one.
Be right back. Riley time.
Okay. Now, what do you have to leave the desk for? Swap that. Well, he gets back. Oh, he's not going to miss a lot. We'll press play. He'll be back.
Is one of the most powerful particle accelerators in the universe. Essentially, an extremely fast-spinning black hole with extremely powerful magnetic fields that generates these very powerful astrophysical jets that then release all of these particles nearly at the speed of light, very often over 99.9% of the speed of light. But naturally, particle accelerators also exist here on planet Earth, some of them much larger and much more powerful than others. For example, this is the one in the US in the Fermi National Lab. But there are obviously even larger ones available in Europe. But they do come in different shapes and sizes, and they actually serve very different purposes. This one here is mostly used for research. Smaller ones, or the ones that are usually not circular, are often also used for various scientific purposes or even for medical purposes. Here's an example of a hospital accelerator that produces extremely powerful X-rays, usually by accelerating electrons, for either scanning purposes or more often in various types of treatments, often involving some kind of a destruction of tissue that requires a lot of precision. As a matter of fact, nearly 30,000 different particle accelerators exist on planet Earth and are used for a tremendous amount of various reasons, with many often used for some kind of a scanning purpose, not necessarily for research purposes. And that's because particle accelerators are extremely good at accelerating, for example, electrons, which can then start producing extremely powerful radiation, specifically very powerful X-rays, produced when electrons usually find themselves in extremely powerful magnetic fields or experience very high acceleration. We usually refer to this as synchrotron radiation. And so this is actually one of the main ways scientists usually produce extremely powerful hard X-rays, which makes the particle accelerator technology extremely useful for many different reasons. But it does have a bit of a problem, and you can probably see this problem behind me. To make these powerful emissions, or to produce these very powerful X-rays, we do require these very large constructions. And most of the particle accelerators today will usually accelerate the particles in a very similar way. They will usually accelerate electrons using very powerful electric fields inside a long tunnel with various metal tubes connected to one another. But the strength of the electric field inside these tubes is usually at its maximum. Making it even a little bit higher will usually result in a powerful lightning storm inside these tubes, which can actually damage them or even destroy them completely. And so since we can't make the electric field stronger on the inside, the only other solution in order to accelerate things faster is to make these tubes longer. And the longer the tube, the higher acceleration you can produce at the end, with obviously the circular formations, in theory allowing us to accelerate things even higher and allowing us to reach even higher velocities. But making these kilometer or several kilometer long structures is obviously first of all not cheap, also not really efficient, and involves a lot of financial and logistical issues. But these X-rays, these hard X-rays, are becoming even more important in a lot of different fields. So for example, today they're used by various large companies in the field of electronics research, various types of medical and drug research, or any other kind of research involving molecular structure where you actually have to be able to produce the image of what it is you're building. You can actually learn about some of this research in one of the links in the description. This is from the Stanford University and their extremely powerful LCLS, Linear Coherent Light Source. The tool has been used for a lot of different types of research, and it's actually quite in demand despite its extremely high costs. But that's of course using this old way, using the metal tubes and electric fields. What if we try to do this a different way, by using something entirely different and by building something extremely small? By using plasma, lasers, and a very interesting phenomenon that we kind of observe here on Earth when dealing with, for example, water. Okay, so imagine a boat going on the water. You'll notice that it produces a wake behind it. But deep inside the wake, there's also a structure where in theory you can actually surf, acquiring some of the velocity from the moving boat. This is often referred to as wake surfing, but this particular phenomenon can also be applied to other types of waves. For example, waves or different disturbances created inside plasma when something extremely powerful travels through it. This phenomenon is sometimes referred to as wake field acceleration. But a very specific type of this acceleration, known as laser wake field acceleration, originally discovered back in 1979, was demonstrated at small scale in 1995. Although that original discovery in 1995 was at extremely small scales, and this is actually where the limitation was. The scientists weren't really sure how to employ this to larger scales in order to create even larger acceleration. And that's of course until now. In the recent study, the scientists were able to accelerate electrons using this technique, achieving nearly a speed of light by using something that was only about 20 centimeters in length. using a phenomenon produced by very powerful lasers as they travel through thick plasma. But a previous type of an accelerator would have to be at least a few hundred meters in size in order to achieve the same results. But how does all of this work? Well, it turns out it's not really that difficult to understand. If you were to take a cloud of plasma, which is basically ionized hydrogen that has both positive and negative charged particles on the inside, but also generally acts kind of like a fluid, it then becomes possible to manipulate this plasma by sending various electrical fields through it. But it also becomes possible to create various types of waves here by creating different types of charge separation, or essentially separating the negative and positive charges, which in essence starts producing something equivalent to waves inside the plasma itself. And so understanding that you can actually create waves inside plasma, the scientists can then try to manipulate it to create that wake field effect. And they can do so very effectively by using a very specifically shaped laser, or by using an appropriately shaped pulse of laser that can disturb the waves in just the right way. They can then force these electrons to start surfing the wake, very similar to how this surfer is doing it on the water. And because of this, this is sometimes also known as the surfatrons instead of accelerators. And so by using two laser pulses sent through this hydrogen gas, the scientists were able to trap the electrons, allowing them to accelerate nearly to the speed of light, with the first laser pulse punching a kind of a hole through the plasma, and the second more powerful pulse scooping up the electrons and sending them along the wake, accelerating them to very high velocities, with the current energy for the electrons being approximately 5 giga-electron-volts, or approximately 40% of what you would achieve in a much larger kilometer-size particle accelerator such as the one you see right here. But obviously using much less energy, using way less space, but more importantly using a groundbreaking technology and phenomenon that up until recently was really only more or less theoretical and has only been demonstrated at very small scales. But this time they were able to create something much larger that allowed them to punch a hole through the plasma, keeping the energy focused and preventing the beam from falling apart. And so it was really through the precise control of hydrogen plasma that the scientists were able to create these very high velocities. But because this has worked so efficiently this time, it's quite possible that this might be the beginning of a completely new era for particle acceleration, with this particular technique potentially being applied to a lot of other stuff as well. Technically, we can produce waves and wakes in a lot of different conditions in a lot of different materials. And so by applying something like this, but in a different environment, we might be able to achieve high velocities in quite a lot of other areas, potentially even going beyond electron research. But as always, this is just the beginning. We don't really know where all of this goes. We just know that this is groundbreaking, and this will definitely change the technology we currently use. Which actually reminds me of something from my childhood, and probably from a lot of your childhoods. We've all used to have particle accelerators in our homes, and they actually brought a lot of happiness to us. A typical TV set using cathode ray tubes, the old school TVs as they're known, were technically miniature particle accelerators. For example, the CRT monitor I used for years and years when I started using the internet was basically accelerating particles toward me and producing quite a lot of entertainment and education. And so naturally, these particle accelerators have always been part of our lives. But obviously these were not producing X-rays and were producing much lower frequencies. And so even though we might assume that particle accelerators is just the domain of science, in reality they used to be pretty much everywhere in every home. But that's beside the point. Anyway, so pretty exciting research, pretty exciting discovery, and something we'll discuss more once the scientists figure out how to use this and how to apply this to an actual device that we can use for research. Until then, thank you for watching, subscribe, maybe share this with someone who has learned about space and sciences, come back tomorrow to learn something else, and maybe support this channel on Patreon by joining channel membership or by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt you can find in the description. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
Well, I've still got a part of the accelerator still down the garage then. If it's the same one that he's saying. The CRT TV. Did you find that interesting, Paul?
Yeah, it was interesting to me.
Oh. What's that, Paul? You're half there.
Yeah, you broke
I did say it was interesting, but I was muted.
Yeah.
So my old CRTV that I've got out in the shed is a particle accelerator in theory, or in practical.
Yep. It's a soft X-ray machine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's amazing I've still got a CRT TV that works.
Yeah, go out in your garage, drop it on the floor, see what happens.
No. I don't want to do that. I don't even think I could get it back down again. My son had to help me lift it up there.
How big is it?
The 50 centimetre one.
Wow. Yeah.
It's not a big one.
My first ever job, I was an apprentice TV and radio audio engineer. And yeah, I had to carry those tubes backwards and forwards and out of people's cars and into the workshop and all the rest of it as well. Yeah. And then we used to keep some spares out in a shed around the back. And every now and again, I was asked to go and get one. So I went to get one day, but then I knocked another one off that was kind of, how shall I put it, half in, half out outside of a box onto the concrete floor. And of course, boom.
Boom.
Implosion.
Yeah.
Glass everywhere. I wasn't injured though, but yeah, I had bits of glass all over me and absolutely everywhere, all around this big shed. Yeah, boss wasn't too pleased.
No, I wouldn't think so.
Cost a bit of money. Yeah, it was a big one. It was like, I don't know what size it was, but it was a pretty decent size one as well.
No, the one I've got out there is working fine. There's nothing wrong with it. So
nice.
I'll keep it for as long as it keeps working. That's for sure.
We got a bit down, have we?
Yeah, I've got 2 Dans that I've missed out on, so I'm not sure. We've got the most ridiculous response you'll ever see from a flat earther.
Oh yeah, it's a good one actually.
Or something else is now flat and it's not the Earth.
Oh, I haven't seen that one.
That's the newest one that came out 1 day ago.
Might as well do the other one first then.
What do you reckon? We've got time for both? I'm not sure.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, but I've got Paul to cater for too. I don't want to keep him up all night. Yeah, we missed a stream, so we're going to have to double up on something to catch up. What time is it here? Oh, it is getting a little bit.
That's all right. Don't worry about it. You'll sleep when you're dead. Be fine.
Oh, thank you. I think we've put the peanuts to sleep. Nothing's been said lately. Okay. There we are.
Is a flat earther's worst nightmare. If he put the effort into debunking flat earthers that I do, then it would already be game over. He is phenomenal. So when I saw a flat earther claiming to have debunked one of Dave's most famous videos, I simply had to have a look. Hello all and welcome along to another episode of Flat Earth Friday with me, 2022 sticker collection. My son is absolutely mad on them and they cost a fortune. Wish me luck on that one. Click the link in the description box to start making some extra money now. Right, back to today's video, which, as I said at the start, is a flat earther's attempt at debunking Professor Dave. The flat earther in question is Flatsoid. Now, you may remember him from Flat Earth Fail 31, where he said he was going to make me look like an ignoramus. Of course, he did not. Well, he sat down to try and debunk Professor Dave's video, The 10 Things That All Flat Earthers Say, that has amassed a whopping 5.7 million views. Given Flatsoid's immense ego and his Dunning-Kruger lifestyle, then this should be good. Away we go.
Yeah. Hey everyone, so some of you may be aware of my recent foray into the Flat Earth community, most notably with this lengthy response to the Globe Busters. For about 2 months now, the comments section of that video has been a consistent hotbed of activity, with hundreds of Flat Earthers stopping by to share their opinions.
Wow, hundreds of Flat Earthers. Probably a lot of them are just sock accounts created to make it look that way, but yeah.
Now, it seems Flatsoid is not a fan of the Flat Earth community as a whole. Oh dear.
For people who claim that globe-tards just repeat what they were told in school, you guys sure do all say the exact same things.
Oh, like you.
Exactly.
Coming in, yeah. And yeah, globe-tards.
What even was that, Flatsoid? Why even pause it there?
And I don't just mean the same arguments, I mean the same things word for word, like they were copied and pasted from some manifesto.
That is actually very true.
It's a bit difficult to change something. Gas pressure requires a containment, it's an antecedent.
Which is exactly what Nathan Oakley would say, so point proven.
Yeah. Let's try and restructure that in another sentence. Without containment, you cannot have gas pressure.
So what's going on with the actual air around you then, Flatsoid? Because that's pressurized, isn't it?
Another way, gas pressure, antecedent, container. You see, they're structured differently, but they have the same argument.
And one which has been debunked several times, yet you still parrot it.
This is how we can tell Dave is not Apolia. So he thinks everybody having different structure of the same argument means they're all parroting the same thing. This is him going against the actual argument and obfuscating and doing strawman and red herring fallacies to, not actually rebut their argument.
What are you even blabbering on about? This is just his intro. He's yet to get to the 10 things.
This is why I say someone like this guy will not come and debate someone like me or anyone else, really for that matter, because he would get totally obliterated, because this guy is just fallacy king.
You obviously haven't seen his debate with David Weiss of DITRH, because that was an obliteration, just not in the way that you think.
This is because you all watch the same ridiculous YouTube videos made by the same handful of con men, and you all quote.
I like how he pronounces everyone is con men. I wonder if I'm part of that.
No, I don't think you are. I think you just parrot the con men.
Them verbatim without applying a shred of critical thinking. So now that I am intimately...
Without a shred of critical thinking. That's all the Flat Earth is, guys. It's critical thinking. It means we do not just take consensus. We actually go and have logical thinking. We critical think. Hence why we don't believe in the globe. Hence why we can prove the globe is not true. Because it goes against critical thinking. It goes against reality.
As I said, everyone, Dunning-Kruger.
Yeah.
Familiar with your greatest hits, I just had to make one more video so that I could share the 10 things that all Flat Earthers say.
Okay, so everybody, you guys ready? The 10 things that all Flat Earthers say.
If you're a regular person and you haven't seen my other 2 Flat Earth videos, you may want to check those out first for a little bit of...
I like how it says if you're a regular person, as if us Flat Earthers are not regular people. No, we definitely are normal people. We just have the ability to think for ourselves. We don't go, meh, globe, you know?
Ah, yes, the sheep insult. Another thing that you all parrot.
Of context. But if you're a Flat Earther yourself, don't bother. I'll be speaking directly to you throughout this video. Let's begin.
Guys, you hear that? He's going to be directly speaking to us throughout this video, but what has he been talking about? He's been talking about us, not directly to us. This whole video so far, and it's been a minute, okay, just over a minute, and he wasn't talking directly to us. He was actually talking against us, about us, does that actually show he's very intelligent, people?
Flatsoid, he did his intro and then he said he'll be addressing just you. What's hard to understand about that?
Number one extremely problematic side effect of taking the globe and flattening it out into a plane is that gravity makes no sense, and there is no reason for things to fall to the ground.
Sorry, flat earthers never ever say that.
No, they don't, because otherwise they'd be arguing with themselves. He's addressing gravity. Give him a chance.
The globe comes from the flat plane, not the flat plane comes from the globe, Dave. So sorry to tell this to you, but you actually have no clue. Already, guys, who is showing dishonesty here? He is. He's making up an argument. He's doing a straw man that doesn't even exist.
Do you believe in gravity, Flatsoid? No, you don't. So this argument is a valid one, isn't it? It does exist.
So that's very sad. So he's making an argument that doesn't exist. So that's really, really sad. How can I put this to you? Gravity doesn't exist, not Professor Dave.
Point proven.
The flat plane comes first and then the globe. So don't come and say, we say if you take the globe and flatten it out, then gravity has problems. No, 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 no. This is a globe strawman argument. Nothing to do with flat earth, by the way.
Well, it is, because without gravity, how do flat earthers explain how things fall? It has everything to do with you, Flatzoid.
Objects accelerate towards the ground at 9.8 meters per second squared. That's an indisputable fact.
Yes, and it's an indisputable fact that we can prove its relative density disequilibrium.
Oh my days, not this rubbish again. Flatzoid.
No, you can't.
You cannot prove that. You just can't. And I believe in the process of trying to prove that, you will discover that there is an intrinsic down direction which can only be described as gravity.
Ha! Weird, because this apple is denser than the air around it. It cannot support it, so it has to. That, by the way, is just an accumulation of different data points that gives that. So it's an approximation.
You can literally figure out the 9.8 meters per second squared on your own, buddy. So no, it's not an approximation. Also, if the air around the apple is less dense than it, words are important, Flatzoid, you said around, why doesn't the apple go up or sideways? The air above and to the side of it is less dense than it as well. I'll tell you why. Because there is an intrinsic down direction. Gravity.
And it is also an indisputable fact that any acceleration requires a force.
Don't even try to teach them this, Dave. They won't get it.
Ah, yes. You guys heard that? Any acceleration requires a force. Last time I heard gravity is not a force. So you just debunked yourself, so-called Professor Dave. Relative density disequilibrium has a force attributed to it. Unlike your gravity, it's not a force.
Okay, yes, technically it is not a classical force, but the mechanisms that cause gravity means that it acts very much like a force. So, for want of a better word, force is fine.
How do you have acceleration again without a force?
To produce it. This is how cars drive, planes fly, people walk, cats jump. It's how literally all motion works. Even charlatans like the globe busters accept at least this much, which is why they go off on their rants about magnetic magic.
Look at old Professor Dave there watching old Muggins here on his next up videos. Thanks, Dave.
They say electrostatic. In other words, the higher you go up, it changes at 100 volts. So this gives the potential to give their down bias. This is why I don't agree with them that much. They are pushing it that it's sort of like replacing gravity. In other words, just giving it another name. That's why I don't agree with their dielectrics rubbish.
Flat earthers all arguing about different things is one of the main reasons why none of it is true.
Because what makes it different from your guys' globe gravity? So yeah, I do agree with Dave. What does it have to do? But still, what has this got to do with the actual argument you presented? Pushing it flat and putting gravity. Flat Earth doesn't push gravity. You guys do. You just debunked yourself also when you said gravity is a force, because you all know gravity is not a force. And if you were a professor, you would know this.
You would, yes, but you would know that it acts like a force, as I said. And you would expect scientifically literate people to get that. So,
as you may have seen in my previous video, But quite comically, most flat earthers don't even do this. Most of you address this problem by simply listing two words: density and buoyancy.
So this is the first thing that Dave is listing that flat earthers all say, and not 2 minutes ago, Flatzoid was literally saying it.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Well, I hate to break it to you guys, but these are not forces.
Yes, they are forces. It's called pressure. Is pressure a force? Last time I checked, pressure is a force. Let's see. What is pressure?
So he's given an answer and now he's Googling to make sure his answer is correct. This really is a Mickey Mouse operation, isn't it?
Pressure. Please do concentrate. Continuous physical force. What is density? It's a force. It's pressure. It's the pressure. It's forcing itself down. It's forcing through because the medium cannot support it. There's not enough pressure to hold the object up. There's no force. There's force, but it's not enough to be able to support it. Thus, it comes down.
Word salad of the most exotic variety there from Flatzoid. You see, there's also not enough pressure to stop it going up. And you keep saying down. Why down? Why not sideways? Why not up? You are debunking yourself every time you say the word down.
If I had to pick this up, I literally picked it up and put energy into the system. It's got potential energy now.
Yes, gravitational potential energy.
There's not enough pressure supporting it down. Do you understand? It's not going to carry going up because I literally picked it up. I put energy into the system. It's out of its equilibrium. It's relative equilibrium. Now if I let it go, what's going to happen? I released that energy. It is now transformed into kinetic energy and it has gone down. What happens? It's a force. It accelerated due to pressure.
Utter nonsense. If what you are saying is true, then steel ships, no matter what their shape, would sink. Steel is denser than water, yet when shaped like a ship, it doesn't sink. And yes, I do know the reason why it doesn't sink, but I'm hoping they'll argue with this and bring up buoyancy, which involves gravity.
Thank you very much, Professor Nod and Professor Dave. Let's go on. Hope you're all still with me. Busy going to go through and debunk this clown of,
Forces are vectors. They have a magnitude, which means a numerical amount, and a direction, which means they have to point somewhere.
Which we just explained in very short terms, which shows this guy doesn't actually have a flipping clue what he's talking about, because if he had any logical thinking, like he said in the beginning, he would not have actually brought it up as a force because gravity is not a force.
Okay then, genius. What's your magnitude with relative density? What's the numerical amount? What unit is relative density measured in?
Density is simply mass per unit volume, or how much matter sits in a particular space.
Yes, so in other words, density is only one part of relative density disequilibrium. Something he has ignored about, don't you guys understand that?
It doesn't point anywhere. And buoyancy is simply a measurement of an object's tendency to float.
Buoyancy? Would that be pressure? Pressure forcing the object up because it can actually support it?
Let's have a quick look at the equation for buoyancy, shall we? Oh, what's that little G in there, everyone? Let's all say it together.
Little
Gravity. Right, I think that's a good place to leave it today. We'll continue with Flatzoid's lecture next week. Who knows, we may even go through the whole thing. But for now, we are all done and dusted for another Flat Earth Friday. Thank you so much for watching. It truly is appreciated. If you enjoyed it today, please do consider subscribing to the channel. And of course, if you really enjoyed it, hit that like button as well. Just enough time to once again thank YouGov for sponsoring today's video. Remember, to start earning extra money, please do click the link in the description. I've been Simon Dan. Have yourselves a great weekend, and I'll see you on Tuesday for the return of the great Hans himself. See you then.
Oh, that Flatzoid, you can get a laugh out of him.
Flatzoid doesn't know how to use his camera either. Cutting off part of his head all the way through. Oh god, that's so annoying.
You mean a flat earther that can tech?
No, he can't tech. That's what I'm trying to say. Doesn't know how to use his camera. You notice that? It's like you could see it was just his nose or his mouth downwards. Maybe that's all you wanted to show, that he was talking. Didn't want to show anything else. I don't know.
Very ridiculous. We'll squeeze this one in. Something else is now flat and it's not the Earth. Okay. The mystery. What, the moon? The planets?
Find out in a minute. Why don't we find out and press play, Terry?
Yeah, that's a good idea. Oh,
Yeah.
better unmute it.
Who Hans is. One of the most prolific conspiracy theorists on the internet, Hans is responsible for such videos as SeaWorld's Mafia's most gate-kept animal, Spheres have no corners, and sperm whales are a hoax. But if you think that's enough, then wait till you hear what Hans has discovered now. That space itself is flat.
What?
Space is flat? Okay, I didn't think of that one.
Hello and welcome along to another episode of Tinfoil Tuesday with me, Simon Dan. Thank you very much for joining me. Before we begin today, a massive thank you to the sponsors of today's video, Under Lucky Stars. Under Lucky Stars make beautiful personalised star maps, showing the unique alignment of the /Simon Dan. Click the link below. Right, back to today's video, which as I said from the start is from Hans, who's claiming that the space itself is flat. Now it seems Hans has stumbled on some news which claims that we think space might be flat. Now, of course, this is just a theory so far that space is flat, and there's no real definite evidence to suggest what shape space is at the moment. But Hans being Hans is taking it for absolute fact. Here we go.
Space is flat. They've admitted it. So I'm going to go through this article. I don't have a lot to say. This is just one of those instances where they'll admit the truth. They'll admit that their model doesn't work. And it's hilarious because that's like the biggest thing that you get people. If you say that you're a flat earther, you'll get people, where's your model? You don't even have a model. The people that get so enraged about it, I think that the ones that get that enraged about it, they know that Earth is flat and they get just that non-initiates figured it out.
So yes, you'll not be surprised to learn that Hans is now a fully fledged flat earther. I mean, he did believe literally every other conspiracy theory, so it's about time he picked this one up too.
And their model doesn't work. That's why is everything CGI? If your model worked and if you guys have all the best stuff and if you do it all for reals, why do you have to rely on CGI constantly? And just stories people say. It's not science. It's not reproducible.
Well, the thing is, Hans, it actually is. You see, the things you call CGI are actually reproducible. Take a look at this picture from Hubble of the Orion Nebula in the constellation of Orion. Now, take a look at this image of the Orion Nebula taken by an amateur astronomer. See what I mean? Absolutely reproducible.
Anyways, here's an instance where they will admit that they're not right and that observations totally contradict their best guess. You can get the best theories of the time, and 10 years in the future, they'll still be making up new ones because it's not right. It's not like theirs is right.
And this is the beauty of science, the absolute pursuit of truth. If one idea supersedes another because of evidence, then that is that.
So space has invisible walls. Yeah, it's called the firmament. And it's an optical device, and it separates the waters above from the waters below. But that's what they're referencing here.
They really aren't at all. Now, if you actually read this article properly, Hans, you will see that the two researchers involved are talking about a new type of particle. A particle which has the ability to create boundaries in space using a new type of force. That is all.
I believe whoever wrote this, whoever's doing this research, probably know. And that's why they get off on putting these little Easter eggs throughout their stories. They can say invisible walls because they know that the firmament exists and that it's an invisible wall. It's a way for them to show off that they're illuminated. And yeah, let's get through this. Scientists have proposed the existence of a new fifth force to explain. It's perplexing because reality does not match their CGI bullshit. That's why they always have to come up with new theories.
Interesting that Hans is happy that this fifth force exists based on this article. He thinks it's true, but probably doubts gravity, which itself is one of the four fundamental forces.
The planets, whatever they are, they're not spaceballs. If you go look at real images of the planets, it's clear that they're flat. To me, it's clear that the moon is a disk and not a sphere. That's why we don't see the other side of it.
Of course, we know we don't see the other side of it because of synchronous rotation. However, we do see slightly more than 50% of its surface due to lunar libration. A wobbling of the moon, so to speak, due to the perspective of us mere observers here on the Earth's surface as the lunar cycle happens. Lovely evidence that it's not a disk.
To me, when you look at a real image of Saturn, I think it's really obvious that it's flat and that it's not, and that it's producing its own light.
Okay, a real one. How about this amateur image, Hans? Definitely looks spherical to me.
So many things about NASA's story are wrong. All you have to do is go outside and use your eyes for yourself. You'll see that it looks like there's a dome around you, and it looks like all the stars are basically the same distance away, and they're so bright. That doesn't match inverse square and NASA's story. You can't see something that's incredibly far away. It doesn't matter if they tell you it's humongous and a big ball and fiery. And you can see that it's not fiery either. The sun isn't fiery.
That's because it's not fire. And you absolutely can see something that's far away if it's large enough and bright enough.
That's another big lie. They show you so many CGI images of the sun looking like a fireball. These things, that's not what they are. They're lights. Okay. Just look at this. In other words, small galaxies captured by the gravitational pull of larger galaxies end up arranged in thin, flat planes or disks. Disks are not spheres. Planes. It's flat.
I don't think we've ever claimed that galaxies are spherical. In fact, I'm sure we haven't.
No.
Get over it. It's
That
flat.
one.
Scientists have proposed many possible explanations. But the gap between theory and observation, it's because their theory is completely wrong. It's flat. Nobody is surprised by this who believes in flat Earth. So that's why it's all flat, because it's flat. Because water's flat. Water lies flat. Water always finds its level, and there's waters above, and it's flat.
But we are talking about galaxies here that are hundreds of thousands, if not millions of light years away. Flat earthers don't believe in space, so I'm not sure why you're backing this, Hans.
Okay, one of the many problems of their model. Their model is not perfect. They come at you saying that their model is perfect. All that they can do is they can dazzle us with, they know certain things that are all cyclical, I believe. It's not because of their model. When they know when eclipses and stuff are going to happen, it's because it's all cycles. All of this stuff, it's cyclical. The Mayans knew about this stuff ages ago, they tell us. So it has nothing to do with NASA computers, and no, it's all numbers, counting. This place is discrete, and it follows cycles.
Okay, it's hard to argue here that things aren't cyclical. That's the nature of orbital mechanics. And humans have been predicting eclipses for over 2,000 years. However, this fact alone does not mean that space isn't real. And actually, the more we've understood space, the better our predictions have become.
I mean, that's it. I'll link to this in the description. Domain walls. The domain wall. The wall of this domain is the firmament. Invisible boundaries. There's just so much in here. The universe is not expanding. The firmament's actually coming down. I think it's pretty obvious that the firmament has been coming lower and lower.
Is it? Any evidence for this? Any evidence that the firmament exists at all? Or is it just a feeling?
And the Bible says that. The Bible says that New Jerusalem comes down from heaven. So that makes sense that it would be coming down. The sky is falling. We don't need any new particles to the model. Just look at how nonsense mainstream science is. These are the most brainiac people out there getting PhDs, and this is the type of BS that they're coming up with because their model doesn't make any sense. It doesn't match reality at all. Not even close.
Well, it does for a very large portion of it, but there are some bits that we still need to figure out, of course. Regarding the Earth, though, and its position in the solar system, the model is flawless.
So the people on the fringe, you could just tell that they're grasping at straws to make their model fit. Got some more CGI stuff. I don't know. That's it. I was going to do like a general space thing, but I just want to focus on this one article. It's flat. They admit it. Space is flat. Look at this that I found. Maybe Crystal Azelton. Register today for our Space Cafe 33 minutes with Crystal Azelton. Why would anybody say, come talk to me for 33 minutes?
Because that's how long her talk is, maybe? Who knows?
Oh my goodness. They don't even hide it. And then look at the look. Look at the look. You'll be hard-pressed to find men out there today with bone structure like that.
What? What even is that? Bloody hell, Hans, you don't believe anything that you see, do you? Dear, oh dear. Well, there we go. I do love the odd look into the world by Hans and his extremely blinkered view of reality.
Where the hell did that
come
come
dusted
from?
for another Tinfoil Tuesday. Thanks so much for watching. Let me know in the comments below if you want me to go back and have a look at more of Hans's musings. But for now, thank you so much for watching. It truly is appreciated. If you enjoyed it today, please do consider subscribing to the channel. And if you really enjoyed it, hit that like button too. And even consider sharing, that would be great as well. Thank you. Just enough time to once again thank Underlucky Stars for sponsoring today's video. Remember, go to underluckystars.com/SimanDan and use my code SimanDan to get a unique gift for your loved ones. I've been SimanDan, have yourselves a great week, and I'll see you on Friday where we're going down the rabbit hole. See you then.
Oh, not down the rabbit hole. We don't want to go down the rabbit hole.
Is that the last video, Terry?
Yeah, that's it.
Before we go, can I ask a quick question? And it's just to sort of help me with a kind of a little bit of research before I make a video.
Yeah,
I just want to check whether the panel or maybe the audience, whether this is common knowledge or not. I'm not 100% sure whether it is because, you know, I kind of got an interest in this field. Does anybody know the Columbia disaster? It's the one basically that broke up the atmosphere. You remember that one? The space shuttle that broke up in the atmosphere?
Yeah, I know of it, yeah.
We lost all the astronauts. Yeah. Does anybody know what caused it?
Yes.
The hole in the wing. What caused the hole in the wing? Oh, you would know, Blue, anyway. Yeah, you would know it anyway.
Yeah, a piece of insulation that came off the fuel tank.
Correct. Did you know that, Terry?
Not too sure if I did know that. No.
No. Would you have known that, Paul?
I certainly did know that. Yep.
Yeah, you did know. Okay. Well, if Timbo's listening, did he know that? I wonder.
A piece of that square insulating sections or something that's on the...
Yeah, off the fuel tank. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm just curious because a guy that professes to be an expert in all this kind of stuff, he's a moon hoaxer, and his name's Marcus Allen, and he's even published a book about the moon hoax and all the rest of it, and he claims that it was ice that caused the hole. And I'm just wondering whether it was common knowledge that everybody knew that it was a piece of foam insulation or not. So I was just curious.
It's really a very light piece of foam insulation.
Yeah.
They saw it. They had video of it, or film.
Yeah,
of
absolutely.
It.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you can see it hit the shuttle, but they didn't think it would that insulation would cause that kind of damage. They actually built a fucking cannon.
That's right, to shoot it at it. Yeah.
And they shot it at the leading edge of a section of at least a mock-up of that carbon fiber leading edge of the wing.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, to everybody's amazement, it knocked a hole, a big hole right in that wing.
Yeah.
So, it's very clear what happened.
Oh, yeah. For some reason, he seems to think that it was ice that caused the hole in the wing. And it was I was thinking, hang on a minute. I mean, I thought this is common knowledge. And I was doubting myself. Maybe it isn't common knowledge. I don't know. But for the fact that the guy puts himself forward as a kind of an expert or, very knowledgeable about all this kind of stuff, it's like not much credibility if you can't get the basics right. I mean, there's several other things as well that he just gets completely wrong. But that was just one of them. I was just curious as to whether that was common knowledge or not.
I don't really think you ever see ice forming on the outside of that insulation.
No, not to that degree. I mean, you get a bit, don't you? I think, but not a whole lot. I mean, I know they did have problems with ice on the launch pad and parts of the vehicle at the time, but it was not to that degree.
Well, yeah, on the launch pad, structure they'd pick up ice. A
bit of frosting, maybe. I don't know.
And
But
we see
yeah,
those
he
bits
says
of
he was
ice they call ferrets when they're around the engines.
Yeah, that's from the cryogenics when they cool the engines. Yeah, that's meant to happen. But yeah, that's just a bit of frosting. That's all it is.
Now you see a lot of ice coming off the old Apollo rockets. As it actually shakes it off as they lift off.
Yeah,
it's falling
videos
down,
of
but but those things were not insulated either.
No. No, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you very much.
No, that's all right, Matt. No drama. You're going down a good line of thinking there. For people, there could be a lot more of that out there.
Yeah, because I mean, it's the stuff that I'm interested in. So I wasn't sure whether everybody else knew about it or whether it's just sort of me and people like me that are interested in that stuff that knew, But if he can't even get something that's common knowledge correct, what credibility has he got? His claims that he's supposed to be, doing this for years and he's very good at it. He's an expert, blah blah blah, and all that kind of stuff. Well, no, not really.
Yeah.
If you can't even get just the common knowledge stuff right, why should we believe you? That's the kind of why I want to come across in the video when I do it.
Well, they misread things. They grab things from the wrong places, and their research skills is questionable.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it wouldn't take much to actually figure that out. You just what caused the Columbia disaster, and it's going to tell you almost immediately, probably in the first search result.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I'm not sure how common that knowledge would be, Matt, but certainly, if somebody is professing to have any sort of interest at all in this, would definitely know it's not.
You muted there, Blue, for a second. You finished your
Oops, I don't know what I did.
Yeah, you muted yourself at the mid-sentence.
Yeah, I touched the button. Well, all I was saying is, if the guy is claiming that he's, has an interest in this stuff and knows anything, anybody that followed the shuttle missions to any degree got really interested to find out what the hell happened to that thing.
You'd know. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think anybody would know about it.
There you go. I just googled what caused the Columbia disaster. I mean,
there you go. Yeah,
properly, but
first search result.
Yeah, the cause of the Columbia disaster was a piece of insulating foam that broke loose from the shuttle's external propellant tank and struck the leading edge of the left wing soon after liftoff, damaging protective glass. There you go.
So where he gets ice from, I have absolutely no idea.
Yeah, where's ice written in there?
It was like, as soon as he said it, I was like, oh, hang on a minute, pause. What did he just say? What? Come again?
You just got to Google it and you get the right answer.
Yeah, there's a whole load of other things as well, which some stuff that might not necessarily be common knowledge, but if you're supposed to know it, it's supposed to be like Blue says. If if you're interested in that kind of stuff that he talks about Orion and the equivalences of the Apollo, command module and stuff like that, he just gets twisted and wrong and all the rest of it as well. And it's kind of, I'm going to do a credibility video on him to start with.
Right, okay.
Before I do any debunking later on.
Discrediting.
It's kind of I'm decrediting. I'm questioning his credibility as having knowledge and expertise in this kind of stuff, basically.
Well, at the time, all the engineers were in absolute denial that it could have been that a piece of foam could have damaged the shuttle. It had foam come off before.
Yeah.
And do minor damage, but nobody was willing to believe that could actually cause enough damage that it would destroy the shuttle. And when they fired that piece of foam at that wing section, everybody went, "Holy shit!"
Yeah. Do you think if they really knew that it had done a lot of damage during that mission while they were in the middle of their mission, whether they could have actually done anything about it?
Yeah, there was nothing they could do.
No.
Nothing.
They didn't have ejector seats to eject themselves out of the situation.
No.
Yeah. I don't think it's going to help ejecting either. It's just. No, it just broke into pieces, and then that's it.
Wow. Oh, thanks, Duran Urism. Thanks, M-Ball, Nerd Alert, Fred Bailey, C4, John Rapp, Elmigs, Nerd Alert. Who else? I was only going right back now. John Rapp, Dave Cannabis, Larry DeMarch. Who else was out there? Zebulon. Fred Bailey. Clive was there earlier. I can't think of who else was out there earlier. I think Judy was out there earlier. I don't think Dora was there today. I don't think I spotted Dora. All right then. Well, thanks Timbo. If you're asleep or not, I don't know. Thanks Matt. Thanks Lincoln Wolfenstein. Thanks Big Blue. And Alan was here earlier, and Farmer's Boy. So it's good night from me, and it's good night from him. And good night, panel. Good night, Peanuts. We'll see you on the next one.
See you, Peanuts.